Okay, cool beans. We are live on Twitter, X. I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I'm having a brain fart.
From the surf in San Diego to the courtroom stream, SD walks in like she owns the scene. Pelo multicolor shining in the sun. She cracks one joke, chat laughing as one. She throws preguntas bien chidas, sharp like a blade. Cross-exam queen, nunca tiene afraid. And that dance so spicy, Cali Mystics close. She brings the fuego, everybody knows. Cuando Jason llega, ay caray, she flirts poquito. He just says hi, SweetP laughs. Aquí vamos otra vez, SD drops the fuego and the chat says yes. She's fuego, fuego, lighting up the show. Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool, she turns the live stream to a cumbia at the pool. Fuego, fuego, SD's the queen. Spanglish magic en la chat screen. When she pops on camera, we all say que show. Latina sparkle with that California glow. Los mos la quieren, they hype her name. She adds flair y sabor to the game. ¿Qué onda, gente? And here comes the fun. El chat se enciende like under the sun. When she teases Jason, boy, behave. But without a chaos, this chat ain't the same. Bailalo, mija, with your Tex-Mex vibe. Bring the cumbia flow, keep it alive. SD with the groove, don't ever stop. Shake up the stream till we're all on top. She's fuego, fuego. Let her up the show. Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool, she turns the live stream to a Latin dance floor. Fuego, fuego, SD's the queen. Spanglish magic en la chat screen. Beach girl sparkle, courtroom delight. SD keeps the chat shining bright. SweetP, the mods, we all agree. Take it to trial, ain't the same without SD.
Yeah, not sure if SD gonna come over here and join us. She done with the merry-go Ferris wheel, so I'm not even sure if she even heard her song. But let's go into our day 12. Hopefully we can get through here and get this done so we can get off the Ferris wheel. Get off the Ferris wheel. All right, guys. Let's see what testimony we have today.
How long it was.
No objection. Submitted.
Permission to publish. These are long. If you'd like to, you can sit wherever you'd like. Okay. I believe the court's going to give you some.
You're welcome to sit back and count the table or step in the stand.
Let me ask you just a couple more follow-ups.
Okay.
At this time in 2018, did CSO have body cameras?
We did not have body cameras.
So what did you use for this interview to record it?
If we were doing mobile interviews that were not at either the South Annex or our headquarters building, we would just carry pocket digital voice recorders.
And so did you record this conversation you had with Ms. Farris?
I did.
And it's just audio. There's no video?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead and publish Hayes 1.
I was given information by Deputy Moss. I just want to make sure it's accurate. Melody Walker Farris, 2/8 of 1960. And this is your address? Just can you give me a little history or background of what's going on?
I don't know. Well, Tuesday, he started to be burned. Late Tuesday, started to be burned.
Tuesday this week.
Yes, day before yesterday. And of course, we're all the time out him. He had set the house on fire 2 years ago. This on the end of the And I got so scared about it. He had said it in his office. We think what he did was he did an ashtray in there, don't know. That's what started. Sonny and I, Scott, were here. And it did so much damage. And so since then, I had been so just scared of fire around here. Just crazy scary. But he was all the time just, his thing was starting fires. He set one at my other house in the woods behind my house. We lived in a subdivision. I got a call from a neighbor one morning at 4 o'clock in the morning. The fire department was there. He had started it like the week before, and it hit and smoldered, and it kind of gotten out of control. So it had been, I don't know, maybe 6 months or so since he had burned it before. And
This burn pile here?
it had trees, it had fencing, we had pulled up, we did the fire pit down here. We had an excavator here, and they had pulled up a bunch of tree stumps and that kind of stuff. We put on the burn pile, so it had a lot of fencing and stuff on it. And he said something not long ago about burning. I said, please do not burn it. It's too dry, it's too windy, it's too, we always give an excuse. Don't burn it. Well, Scott came home. I don't know what time it was when he got here, because I called him and I was chasing horses. And I don't know where they got out due to all fireworks going on, or if he'd have let him out, because Gary was much worse for going through Gateway, I said, I'm chasing horses, how much fun? I said, I'll let him have the wolf. I'll call him back. I got all the horses put up. I got, whatever. And Gary's paid the basement. That was this is his domain. It's the bottom floor. So, I got ready. Scott pulled in. He said something about his license. He's got a burn pile going. I said, I told him he's got a license tonight. Because it was still, and then yesterday morning, Scott left about 7 o'clock yesterday morning, I guess. He came over to get a debit card. He's going to go play golf. And I said, so that the burn pile's still going. It'll probably go for a long time. I mentioned, I said, I hope it doesn't get around like it did last time. I live here going with my daughter to Lake Lanier, Rock Cameron and stuff back here. He had gathered up. There was a big pile of wood back here in the back that had termites in it. And he said something like, I said, Gary, do not make that burn pile any bigger. I mean, it was massive, and it was beyond massive.
And I'm sorry, when was this when you and Gary were having this conversation?
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night, okay.
I said, Gary, it's dry out. It's dry as toast. And I said, please do not, please don't burn it. There is no reason like it. It's water. We'll burn it or not burn it. And that was, I left. I was had the blower and blowing everything off out here. And I walked by that bathroom because he sits in there in the bathroom and smokes, which is mine back here. And the fan was on, and I'm like, great. And they're smoking again. And that, I mean, it's the last I thought about it. And then Addison and Cameron were here, and we were busy last night getting them settled and me, fed and that kind of stuff. And it's not unusual not to see him because he's very much an introvert. Even if all the kids are here, he'll just get them, just disappear out in the pasture. He doesn't like having a conversation. He doesn't. If he talks to the kids, he pretty much does it through text messaging and email. It's just where he is. Always been. It's nothing unusual. It's nothing. But now, in April, we worked on the paperwork. I took him for the exact day. He was in the hospital 3 days. Scott and I took him one night, and he got really bad. He's had these spells for years, and he talks. He gets very slurred speech. His motor coordination gets very off. He stumbles. His dad had Parkinson's, and I kind of wondered if maybe he had Parkinson's. But they did. I never did personally talk to the cardiologist, but I did talk to his physician's assistant. And as Amanda and I went with Amanda to go look at a wedding venue. And So we left when the actual cardiologist came in, but they found that he had a leaking aortic valve and a leaking tricuspid valve. And they wanted him to go back to the cardiologist on Friday. He got out late Wednesday. And wanted him to go back to the cardiologist on Friday to be hooked up to a heart monitor for a length of time to see, what all was going wrong with his heart. And he refused to go, which was not interesting.
And this just happened in the last few weeks, you said?
He was in the hospital in April, but he's been having these spells, and they get more and more and more frequent. And he had one after he was in the hospital. I don't remember. And then Emily, the daughter that lives in Franklin, was here, her birthday, which was April the 14th. And he had one right after that lasted about 4 days. So he stayed in the bed pretty much that entire time. And he would sleep for just hours and hours and hours. And then he wouldn't sleep for hours and hours and hours. So they had asked him to also see a neurologist to see if he was anything going on neurology, And he refused. He said, "No, I'm not going to go and tell them that I'm not a bad one." Because he's got a sister that is, I know bipolar and schizophrenia. She's had electric shock. His mother has Alzheimer's really bad. His dad died of Parkinson's in 2011. And he said, "I think I'm getting like my parents." And he said, "I don't want to know if I am." And he would have these spells, and there was no reasoning with him. I mean, he would see things on the walls, and he would, think there was people in the house. And he would swear that we were having parties out here in the hot tub. Where were all those people last night? There's nobody here, Gary. There's been nobody. And there would not, and then he would just all of a sudden just drop it, like,
So you're saying he starts fire, he just likes burning stuff? It's like a hobby of his, or?
Oh, I told him always he was a, pyromaniac.
Yeah.
He loved.
How long have you and him been married?
38 years. He'll be 39 next year. I mean, in September. 39 September. Now, he did, before we got married, his sister and I were talking about it the other night, because I was telling her I had actually gone to North Alabama. My mother is in nursing home with him. I was talking to her about it, and how she said, "How's Gary?" And he said, I said, "It worries me. I've been getting worse and worse. He won't go back to the doctor." And we were discussing that, how he tried to kill himself twice before we got married.
Before you guys got married? What did he do? What steps did he take?
I know one time he took a bunch of pills. The second time he cut his wrist. And that was during the time that his sister was hospitalized in a mental institution in North Alabama. I get electric shock sometimes. His dad had mental illness. Then his mother, I know the year that my dad died, which was in 97, I know she was on lithium at the time. And then my sister-in-law said the other night that they had given her some sort of something that began with an S that was an antipsychotic drug. But I said, well, she's in a mental facility, in a memory care facility, and she'd be getting very aggressive. So, but other than that, he had a really nice it was bad. And that's why I told him, I said, "Gary, you set my house on fire."
This house we're sitting at, he set on fire? And you said that was from the inside. He, in his office, and you think he was smoking and dropped it or something?
Yeah. I was here, it was on a Sunday afternoon, and I was here, and there was a friend of mine that lives here in the neighborhood. She said, "Let's swing by and pick you up. We're going to just go." So let me get a few things done, and just, and had all that done. At that time, which is still set up to some degree, it got in the closet that's in here in his office. this house is one of those smart houses that everything's hooked up together. And at that time, lights were flashing inside, everything was going off and stuff, and I was trying to find it. And I called Scott, but he saw the smoke coming out of his office.
Mm.
And I got the dogs out, fire department came, it got in the wall and up, and then it broke a hole in the master bedroom. I mean, the whole basement had to be gutted, home theater had to be, everything, and it did so much damage.
You keep referring to Scott. Is that one of your children? And he's your son? Scott lives in the barn.
Scott lives in the barn.
Okay. I'm assuming his last name's Farris? Are all these children yours and Gary's together? What other children?
There's Chris, he's here.
Chris Farris. Is he local? And
Amanda, she's here. Yeah, we were.
is Amanda still Farris?
Yeah. She lives in Flowers. And then Emily.
Emily Farris?
Emily Payne.
Payne.
P-A-Y-N-E.
Where does she live?
Oh, Thompson Station. It's outside of Franklin.
Okay. So just kind of recap so I make sure I understand. Emily came in.
I'm in. Emily lives in Franklin.
Emily lives in Franklin. She's not here. Okay. So Amanda came
Amanda
in
got here this morning.
this morning. So who came in?
Last night,
Yes.
I had Addison, my granddaughter,
Okay.
and Cameron, which is Amanda's fiance's daughter, was here last night.
Okay. So that's who came in last night. And you guys are just used to Gary not coming up and socializing.
Yeah.
So you assume, where did you assume he was this entire time?
In his office.
Does he have a kitchen down here and a bathroom and everything he
There's a
needs?
bathroom down here. There's we keep Mountain Dew in the refrigerator. And he keeps them in the trunk of his car because he drinks 12 a day. And they had told him at the hospital he had to stop drinking Mountain Dew, so I refused to buy them. So he kept them in the trunk of his car. He kept one in the refrigerator all the time. He switched them out. He got one. So he'd come out and go, because they didn't want anybody to see that he was drinking Mountain Dew. So yes, there is a bathroom down here. There's everything around, Yeah, he does have a closet in our bedroom, but it's not unusual for him to, get up and down without being seen. I mean, I was out on the property feeding animals. We've got a baby goat that's got to be fed. Addison and Cameron, had gone over to the barn. I mean, we were in and out and doing it, and I was trying, getting them fed and stuff. We've been out all day in the sun. And I actually went to bed about 8:30 last night. I was done. They went to bed. I said, okay, do not go outside this door. Do not go anywhere. Do you stay where I can hear you. And the last I heard of them last night was about 10 o'clock, I guess, when I heard them in the kitchen.
Okay.
Then this morning, Cameron and Addison said, where's Big Daddy? And I said, well, he's down in the basement, I guess. And I said, why? And they said, well, they want to drive the RTV. And I said, well, wait till Amanda gets here. She's on her way, and you can do it with her. When Amanda got here, Scott came over, and I said, have you seen? I said, is your daddy over at the barn? And he said, no. I said, well, I haven't seen him. I haven't, which like I said, it's not unusual. I mean, most of the days, if he's off, just like from noon, 1 o'clock, and then he'll stay up till.
So does he still actively practice law? He's still, okay, still has firm.
He said, but Burn Foreman, B-U-R-R. B-U-R-R.
B-U-R-R-N.
Foreman, F-O-R-M-A-N.
Where's that? What kind of law did he practice? last time anybody actually laid eyes on him or had a conversation with him was Tuesday evening.
Yeah, Chris, my son,
Uh-huh.
was here and his daughter absent.
And
But then he came through after that. I don't know what time that it was. I had actually gone in my study and had sat down with the dogs because they were freaking out because everybody was shooting fireworks. And I had got, he said, "Are you cooking dinner?" And I said, "Gary, there's enough food." All the kids were here this last weekend. And Emily was in from Franklin with her little girl. And I said, "Gary, there's enough food in here to feed Cox's Army. I'm not going to throw it out. So figure out something to eat in the kitchen." And I said, "I've got all I can do because the horses are freaking out." You know, I said, "I've already put 2 of them up, you know." And I mean, I stayed in the study until, because like I said, it was not unusual nights.
and the study is upstairs?
Upstairs.
Okay. What is y'all's relationship status? I mean, do y'all kind of just live separate lives in the same house? Okay.
Always have. I mean, that's not unusual.
For your entire marriage?
For
or-
our parents.
Okay.
He, like I said, he was very miserable learner. And we've been in this house, it'll be 5 years this November. And even in my other house, we lived in 2 separate quarters. But his brother and his wife basically did the same thing, and his sister has never married. Because she don't want to be around anybody. So we just talked about it. I mean, everybody was like, "That's just how he is. That's just how he is."
And he's always been that way.
He's always been. And then somebody asked me, said, "Why have you stayed?" And I said, "I love you." So, I mean, he was very verbally abusive. He could cut to the bone. But, you know, it's not that he did that. You know, I said, he doesn't cut any slack. He does it to my kids too. I mean, like Amanda that's here, she's supposed to get married in May. And he has basically, well, Chris, my son that's here, I told one of the other deputies that was here, I said, "We've been having trouble with him taking money. I mean, over $900 a month. He's got a checking account routing it." And I said, "Gary refuses to talk to him. Refuses to." I said, "He sends emails and text messages. That's all he does." And I said, "You know, if I say anything, then it's like I told, I don't remember who it was, the collar guy. I said, you know, Chris was here last summer. His girls come and they stay here. Basically, come in here. I said, they sent me a voice memo last year when he was here, and it was, "I'm not buying you any fucking food, and we'll go get you the cheapest fucking thing." And I told him, "Chris, I'm gonna call social services. You don't stop." And they basically, I mean, they stay here. The parents are divorced. He's been divorced. They've been divorced for years. Well, I won't say divorced. They have lived separately for 2 years. And they finally got a divorce right before he and Jenna got married. And I said, "Chris, I don't know what you're on." And he, at that point in time, he told me he stood in my driveway and chased me up to the front porch and he said, "I'm feeding you beyond recognition. And the next time I want to see you is when they put you in a pine box and throw you." And I said, "Chris, I'm going to stop you from taking money some way, somehow, you've got to get help. You cannot treat your 2 girls like this. You cannot treat, you know." And I said, "I beg you, get help, get whatever, get." You know, because he just gets so enraged. I mean, to the point that I told him, I said, "You're not to be at my house when I'm not here. You're not welcome here to just come in. You're not, you're not."
Now, you said he got here when, Chris?
Yeah, Amanda and I were sitting on the front porch, and I don't even know what time it is now.
It is 2:35.
Oh,
But he wasn't here the past couple of days
he was here Tuesday night.
because he was here Tuesday
He
night.
was here Tuesday.
Did him and Gary get into it, or?
I don't think so. Oh, the last thing that Chris had done was book a vacation to the beach that they're supposed to be leaving Saturday. I think it's Saturday. And Gary had said, "I'm going to go with him. Instead of him just taking the money, like what he usually does, I'm going to go with him." And he said, "Are you going to go?" And I said, "No, I'm not going. Because Gary, he keeps taking, I mean, it's serious money. I mean, it's not, it's serious money. I mean, like I said, it's anywhere from $800-900 a month, plus the girls' airline tickets, you know, for them to fly back and forth. I know his ex-brother-in-law died January, February or so in a skiing accident, and he booked the airline tickets to us. I'm like, no, you know. So that's what mine and Chris's thing of it is no, stop. And we went to a bachelor trip. We went to Panama. I'm like, you went to where? You know, because Gary was like, why do we have tickets to a foreign country? I don't know. I was going to find out. This is the bachelor party, and that's been some kind of there. But Gary was just like, you know, it's not like I can't, you know, he kept saying, well, I can afford to do it. And I said, Gary, that's not the point. I mean, that's like Scott that lives in our barn. He hasn't worked since he came back from Iraq, except for a very short time. And I can't make him work. I can't make him, you know. And I said, Gary, give me 35 Saturday. And I said, Gary, he needs to work. He said, well, you don't work. Gary, you know.
It's typical for the woman not to work, but not for
I said, I have
a grown
4
man,
kids,
right?
And we've got now 3 grandchildren that are here. I mean, Ellen and Addie come in for me.
And I can only imagine this place is a full-time job
It's a full-time job.
to take care of
I
you.
mean, it is. You know, and Scott, I mean, and Scott is good help. But, I mean, like this last week, I mean, he's played golf 3 days. He's gone to the lake. He's gone, I mean, you know, it's just like, come on now.
This is Scott that's done all this? So he's just enjoying life.
He is enjoying life to the fullest. And, you know, I said, I've got to have some help. I mean, I'm working before daylight a lot of days till dark 30. I've got to have some help. I said, if you don't, I'm going to move you out and move me somebody in who, you know, I can, you know, I didn't even talk to Chad, Amanda's fiance. His dad was actually pistol whipped not long ago, and he was kind of in between, you know, whatever. And he said something back. I said, will you move my dad in? He'll work. And I said, well, he's had his issues of his own, and I don't need to trade one, you know, for
Right.
another. I said, at least God is my child, and I ain't screaming him, but, you know. But, I mean, like I said, I can't remember now what year that Scott got out. I know he has not worked since we've lived in this house. I mean, Gary was just like, let him do his thing. He'll be 35. Let's, you know. I said, when I was 35, I had 4 kids. You were in a new practice. I mean, we moved here from Birmingham in 95. It really was to say 3 years, and I'm still here. But the law office here did quite well. So he remained here to run. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of help. Yes, he is. Because, like I said, it's a full-time job fixing everything that Gary unfixes. I mean, he there, like I was saying, he tears still ball. And we had gotten where we just didn't leave him here much alone. Because, I mean, you come in and the tractor will be stuck or the, you know, anything. And, I mean, he had gotten, I mean, like I told his sister, I said, you know, I'm worried he's getting like your mom. And, you know, I don't know about his practice. I know managing partner when he was in the hospital. I had talked to the managing partner. He's actually in Birmingham. And it's enough you need anything. And I said, make him go to the doctor and make him volunteer. Angela, his secretary, that she's been his secretary, well, she moved over here from Birmingham. And, you know, she said, I told him I was going to put an electric shock collar on him, and every time he got a Mountain Dew or like a cigarette, it'll pop him with it. You know? And, I mean, I told him, I said, I don't know how you have a practice. I think that's why he works here.
So you can stay down there and wear whatever and smoke. So what, you'll give me one. 1 second, I'll direct Mr. Ross here. He's one of our deputy coroners. Hello? You looking for them?
Yes, sir.
You follow, yeah, right through the,
Right down.
Straight down.
Yeah.
yes, sir. So, all right, so you said some verbal abuse, any physical or mental, nothing like that. So,
Like I said, it wasn't just me, it was everybody.
Yeah.
He did it too. I mean, like I said, he was an attorney. So the way that he put things were very, Amanda years ago gave me a book on some sort of personality disorder, and I read the book and just read it. And, it was the way, I mean, like I couldn't say to him, Gary, you don't need to leave the gate open. Oh, well, you just think I'm an idiot. No, Gary, I'm saying, please don't leave the gate open because I don't take it out. So you just learned to, could you please shut the gate?
sure.
I know that you forgot to shut the gate, but could you please, because chasing horses is not, like Amanda said already, she said, it scares me. And she said, what's happening? And I said, I don't know. I said, I was scared to death that, fire was, I figured he'd burn my house. And then that was like yesterday, she said something about, what's Daddy doing? I said, hoping not burning my house down or, something like that.
So how does he usually start his fires? What does he?
He usually starts that one down there with diesel or kerosene or gasoline.
Did you see how he did it this time? Or
No, because I actually was in the house. I had been, like I said, the kids had been here all weekend, and I knew Ella and Addie was coming, and I had been painting my study, and I was trying to, just inside, and then when I realized the fire was going, and I said, Gary, why not? I mean, that was like the other night. I mean, all this down here, we had done the fire pit recently and done all that planning and stuff, and I said, you're firing orders for us. Because I can't. Okay. Well, so he planted them up front. I mean, it was just, he would do very erratic things. Just, just like, why are you doing that? Why? And he would do things and redo them and redo them and redo them. And then we just got used to it.
Mhm. So what happened this morning when y'all found?
Well, Amanda was here, Cameron was here, Addison was here, and Scott was here. And we got to talking, something. I said, Scott, have you seen your daddy? And he said, no. And I said, well, I was wondering if he was at the barn. And he said, no, he's not there. So, but what we call his tribal CPAP was gone. His big CPAP was in there, but his tribal CPAP was gone. And he said, did he go anywhere? And I said, well, his car is here. And I said, but that's not unusual for him to leave. And his mother had, I don't really know what happened to her. It was in May 1st of last year. And I noticed that everything was gone. And I called him and I said, where did you go? And, well, Mama, I've gone to check on Mama. Okay, is she okay? Yeah, she's fine. And I don't know what made me think to call or send my sister-in-law a text that lives in Huntsville. And I said, what's happened to Betty? She said, she's on life support. What do you mean she's on life support? Yeah, we're on our way to see if there's any brain activity. Gary said she was just fine. How long has she been on the ventilator? She said, I don't know, a couple, 3 days.
Wow.
I said, do what? I mean, I tried to call Gary back. She wouldn't answer the phone. And I said, well, would you tell me if something happens to her? And he didn't want to tell the kids. He didn't want to tell. I said, Gary, their grandmother is on life support. So we went Mother's Day up there, like like I said, my mother is in a nursing home in the same town, and we all went up there, and cousin of mine went and stuff, and we went by the hospital. By this time, they had taken her off the ventilator. Like I said, she didn't know come here for support. So, I mean, it was just things like that. We just all learned to look at it. I mean, it's like Amanda, we're trying to plan this wedding. She's getting married next May. And she had sent him a text the other day, we're meeting with a photographer next Wednesday. And do you want to go? No.
So, did anybody try to call him or get a hold of him over
Yeah,
these?
we've been trying to call him, and it immediately went to voicemail
When did this start?
today.
When you're trying to call him today? But yesterday, nobody went down to the basement to check on him.
No, I mean, like I said, I wasn't here the majority of the day.
Uh.
And by the time I got here last night, I mean, it was get the animals fed at the barn and get I had 2 little girls here, and they were,
Sure.
back and forth to the barn, and I don't want them here around the horses, without me being, right there.
Mhm.
And I honestly, I mean, like I said, I crashed and burned. I went to bed, and I said, look, do not leave outside, do not go anywhere. And if I call you, and Amanda had told Cameron, said, look, cut that phone off it. Y'all are not staying on Instagram, Snapchat, everything all night long.
How old are the girls?
I don't know how old Cameron is, but Addison's 11. She'll be 12 in August. And Cameron's on at the same age. So I said, look, I will know if you walk outside this house. And they were staying upstairs. In the bedroom upstairs, right next to them. It's got a queen size bed and 2 twin beds. In there. I said, I promise you, I will know if you walk outside that door.
Mhm.
And so anyway, yes, ma'am, I promise you, I won't leave. I won't. So, I mean, like I said, I mean, it was on that. I don't know what time Amanda got here. And then it was okay. So we went looking. I mean, everywhere. And Scott got on the RTV and went circled, and then Scott and I got on there because we checked the front pasture, up there. Went to the barn, went to the house. Because he a lot of times will sit in this. There's an electrical room down here in the basement.
Mhm.
And there's a chair in there, and he'll sit and smoke in there. And I told him, I said, Gary, you're going to set my house on fire. I sit in here and smoke. So he would do that.
So, y'all just started a search, basically, of the property on
search.
and then when y'all actually went to the fire pit, everybody was walking, y'all were still just kind of walking around? Or?
Yeah, Scott had the RTV. I mean, we've been around, and then, we can walk down. Scott's got a trail cam that's like way down the hill down there. And I had asked him, I said, sir, check that and see if there's any, said he could walk down the hill. And, cause this property that joins us right here, but yeah, there's a barbed wire fence up, but he said, no, there's nothing on the trail cam. So anyway, we were all walking and doing and, looking, and Amanda kept, she said, I've emailed both of his email accounts. He's got a work one and a personal one. And I've emailed both to look, hey, we want to know where you are. And I called the secretary to see if she knew, was he going out of town anywhere? Was he, no, not that I know of. But like again, he's not in the office all that much, so. So she said, well, let me know whether you hear from him. And I said, well, you let me know if you hear from him or if anybody, hears from him. So she would. And I even called my daughter that's in Thompson Station and said, have you heard from your daddy? She said, well, I sent out a group, and she did. She sent out a group text to all of us late yesterday. And normally he will respond back on the group text, and he did not respond back to it. But that was today before we found, that out. And I even called her. Everything is in Gary's name. anything. Here. Have this house. At one time, when we closed on it, it has my name on it. And then we also own my daughter's house in Thompson Station. And by Tennessee law, my name had to be on my house. But we have a condo in Tuscaloosa, and that's in Gary's name on it. That everything is so weird. But that's so people can come. I mean, I have a debit card, and I have a credit card of his. Have his name on it. And he has, and then Scott has one with Gary's name on it. And the second you make a transaction, it goes to his phone. But now he used to do my girls that way, what they got out of it. So he does a lot of bankruptcy work.
So he's afraid of running out of money to a point.
To a point, I think it's a control thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's never said anything. I mean, it's been an awesome big property.
Sure.
And I've got anything that I wanted,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But it was, I will give it to you.
You couldn't go out and buy it on your own. Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, I could. I mean, you know, like I said, I have a debit card and a credit card, you know, and within reason. I mean, I never abused it. I mean, yes, I do know my house is furnished, you know, immaculate. But it's been almost 39 years of collection, and I've got a good bit of stuff with my grandparents. You know, it is what it is. I mean, you know, you just learn to accept it. And after he'd been in the hospital, I said, Gary, if something happens to you, I can't go buy groceries. He said, well, you'll figure it out. He said, it's not like there's no money in the bank. I said, I do understand that, but do you know what a struggle it's going to be if something happens to you? I said, you've got kids that are, I mean, Emily, the one that lives in Thompson Station, I mean, he gave her $3,000 this month. I'm like, why? And her husband was arrested, I know, for one step off Jerry's road. Was arrested the day they brought Olivia home last November the 27th. And was taken to the original. I was there. And he was going to be taken back to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, on a fugitive warrant. And he has embezzled his mother he stole from her before she lost her house. And everything. And I said, you know, I don't even know the outcome of, you know, his last. He was on sales tax, failure to pay sales tax, and a forged instrument.
Wow.
And he had to go back for that. But he's been arrested, so and I begged him not to marry me. I begged him and Gary Decker $30,000.
Wow. So what? I mean, this is kind of a hard question to ask, but what do you think happened? You think he had a medical episode, or I don't know. Did he ever have any thoughts or tendencies or threats to hurt himself, other than the 2 times before you guys were married?
Yeah, he would occasionally, and he had gotten, I think, more and more. Like I said, the group text that would go out when she'd send pictures of Olivia, because she's in daycare, and they'd be pictures through the day. And I know he made a thing not long ago. He said, I haven't got any pictures recently of Olivia. Right. And so she sent him one. He's like, oh, now my day is brighter. But now he always looked at everything being happy. You know, my house is not good enough. I mean, he finished top of his law school class. I mean, he was beyond book smart, but common sense, 0. And nothing was ever good enough. Kids weren't good enough. He just weren't good enough. So his back used to have a whole lot to do with it. And I think that he thought his parents basically, I mean, we put Gary through law school and they're undergrad, and his parents did nothing for him. And I think he thought that that was buying their love, buying their whatever to give money out. And Amanda, I mean, she's getting married, and she's the child that is just, I don't know. I think he loved her, you know, I do, but she was kind of always afraid.
She didn't get the same treatment as the other one. So I know this has been your entire marriage, 38-year marriage, and he's had these tendencies to do mental issues, for lack of better terms. I know he's not been diagnosed, but anything recently?
Well, now he had taken Paxil for years.
Okay.
Right after my dad died, which was in January 97. I took him to the ER not long after that. Full-blown panic attack. Thought he was having a heart attack. My dad died of a heart attack. Thought he was having a heart attack then. And they basically told him to go and see psychiatric help. You know. These Dr. Hoffman, but he's just a regular medical doctor. And I had taken him over a year ago. He got good to walk. And they did an MRI, and he had several bulging discs and stuff. He took muscle relaxers and Tylenol for that. And he would have episodes that he gets where he just would, you know. And it wouldn't be anything; it would just be he would turn, or you know. And at that time, it was about the worst. He's had a couple of episodes since then. But he just stayed in bed several days.
So no big drastic changes in the past week or two where he's gotten real depressed or just anything out of the ordinary?
I guess that I had confronted, you know, Chris put the beach trip last week. You know, and I said, Gary, come on now, we got to. I mean, come on. I mean, because Chris had called me. I said, no, Chris, no, I'm not paying for you another vacation. I don't get to go on vacation. You know? So no, I'm not going to. So Gary had said, you know, he said, well, what if we go with him? I said, no, we're not going. We're going to. He's not going either, you know. And I said, because how else is he going to learn if we keep, you know? He said, well, why can't we even take the grandchildren? You and I will go. You will take the grandchildren. Well, no, Chris and Julie need to go because Chris won't let the girls go unless, well, then we don't go. I didn't think that was I mean, you know. So from that point in time on, it was very, he should have worked me out. And when I first got here Tuesday, and he, as soon as I walked out there, Chris just left. Addison said, Mother, did you see Olivia? And no, they just said Emily's hotel. So then they told me, and I said, well, I don't know. I said, I've got to go and take my mother to the auto later on in the month. That, you know, while you're all here. And I said, maybe you can go there. Oh, well, they're not going with you. I said, Chris, they stay here most of the time anyway. Because you can't be trusted with your own children. I mean, as soon as they flew in Tuesday morning, the flight got in at 8:30, and Ella, his older daughter, he came back here and dropped her off with a friend that she lives right down the road. But her mother lives somewhere else down where they're going to road. And I said, so I called Terry because her parents were divorced. I called Terry Braswell and I said, did you know that Ella and Emma are together with Beth? He said, I know. I said, didn't Beth just get out of jail? He said, yeah. I said, well, do you think she's okay? He said, yeah, I think so. She ran an ex-boyfriend and totaled their cars, and you know, and she's been in and out because I think they do a cat fight, whatever. I said, I don't think Ella needs to appeal there. Period. End of story. Well, Chris was going to let her stay home, hot water. So, you know, it's like, and Terry said, well, I think it'll be okay. if you hear anything, would you call me? I said, check on them very recently, so.
So it sounds like you and Chris, your relationship's a little
Oh, yeah, because I,
rocky because you're trying to put a stop to the handouts and make him grow up and do things on his
yeah,
own.
I mean, he's 38 years old.
But Chris's relationship with Gary was good because Gary was still feeding him money, or
Gary still paid him money.
so he didn't really.
That he did
I know
not.
you said Chris had threatened you in the past to beat you and all
Right.
that. He never did that with Gary. Did they ever
Not that
exchange
I know
words?
of.
Or?
I mean, Gary was, 6'5" and 300 pounds. He wasn't gonna cut his gravy train off.
Gary was 6'5", 300 pounds.
I told the other officers, I said, I think Chris is a lot of bark and no bite. But I said, last summer, I threatened to call the law, get him out here because I knew he was owing something. And I said, you're not leaving here for those 2 months. You can't stop him from taking the bill from the girls. I said, well, and y'all will, because you're not driving off with him like this. And that's when he just got belligerent. I called Gary, and he came home. And Gary let him take it. And I said, Gary, he said, what if he's gone? I said, but do you understand what you're doing? I said, Ella had sent me earlier that summer, had sent me a text message, and it was him. I mean, passing a blue streak, it was fuck this, fuck that, and I'm going, fucking feed you the cheapest fucking thing. I mean, And I said, Chris, come on now. You can't do that. So they came and stayed here pretty much the rest of the time. And I said, and I told them, I said, you're not welcome at my house unless we are home. You can't come in here. You've taken credit cards. You've got checks. He didn't write them. He would go to Sharon Williams. He runs a painting company. There'd be charges to Sharon Williams. And so yeah, that's mine and Chris's thing.
Did you think Chris would have hurt Gary? You don't think there was an
I
argument?
don't think so. I mean,
Because it seems like it's appearing this probably happened Tuesday evening. Chris got here Tuesday.
well, he and Addison left, and he had Addison with him, so it didn't seem to be a problem because he was going to the beach. They're supposed to leave, I think Saturday, but I don't know that for sure. And he's not put his gravy.
So Chris Tuesday evening had Addison with him the whole time.
Had what?
You said Chris had Addison with him.
Now I don't know what they did when he left here.
Okay. Had you spoken to Gary after Chris left?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh yeah,
Chris left, Gary was still.
he was still here.
So he went down and started the fire, and you said it was Tuesday evening, and you don't know exactly what time. There's still daylight though.
I really don't know. It was, I think, around about 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Something like that.
So
But he started it, and then he went up to the very front entrance and was messing around up there. And it's scary. Don't leave that fire. Please don't leave the fire. And so he came in, and I don't know what time it was, about dinner. But we never eat around here until 8:30 because he's usually never home until, after that. And I think he ate here. I'm pretty sure he did because I had a big meal of chicken salad and I made chicken salad sandwich and I left it in there. And like I said, I had 2 horses who got out, so I was chasing them. And when I came back in, it was put back in the refrigerator. So I don't know, what he did from that point.
So the last time you talked to him Tuesday was around dinner time.
Yeah.
You'd estimate 8:30.
It was not that late that night, because he had been here all day and stuff. But I told him, I said, you are not going to bed and leaving the fire.
How big was the fire when he lit it?
He had piled on, we had a bunch of new fencing and stuff that had gone in and post and that kind of stuff. And then when we put the fire pit in earlier this year, there's a mini excavator here. And Scott had pulled up a bunch of big stumps and that kind of stuff. Well, those were on there. And limbs, and we had a tree to fall back here, and it was massive.
And Scott lives here on the property, so there's no issue between you, Scott, or Gary and Scott on that. Get along well.
Yeah.
No reason for Scott to do anything.
Like I said, they're not right up there, great.
Yeah.
I mean, Scott's living here, you know,
Free.
Yeah. He works, I mean, he's late to noon every day. You know, I never seen him before 12. And it is what it is.
Mhm.
And I had finally just talked it up to this is how it's gonna be. And, you know, but I had told Gary, you know, I said, look, I've got to have some help. I've got to. And he's like, that's fine. It's all immaculate. It's all, yeah, because I'm working myself to death. And like I said, Scott is good help when you can get him to do it. But no, I mean, no, I don't think there's what it is. I mean, I really don't. I know he's my child. But I don't think he really.
You said Gary's introverted. He doesn't have many friends. I'm taking it that he hangs out with socially. No. So nobody over here.
He did not like anybody being in front of him. Period.
So he wouldn't like us all being here.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
So-
God.
Did he have?
He really didn't even like kids being here. If the kids come, I know like this last weekend, he basically, I mean, Olivia is 7 months old. And he basically come in, hold her for a few minutes. And he'll go sit out in the pasture, or he'll go to the barn, or he'll just stay away.
Go do his own thing.
He'll go do his own thing.
Did he have any guns or firearms?
We have a Nelly something or the other. This is the only gun that I know that he has. Scott has several guns.
Does Scott keep his guns over there, or
Scott keeps his guns over there. No, the shotgun is over here. I guess no, it's a shotgun.
Yeah.
It's in a case. And I think that it's in Gary's closet. And then Scott had I think a 22 over here, but Gary had put it in his closet. And as far as I know, it's still in there.
does Gary drink at all? Any alcohol?
Bushmills.
Sorry,
Bushmills.
Bushmills. What is that?
It's a whiskey, bourbon, something like that. But he doesn't drink often because his dad was an alcoholic. But when he drinks, he drinks. I think he drank more than what I ever knew. But like I said, Mountain Dew was his vice. And I always said his brothers and, well, his two sisters, especially his older sister, has been in and out of rehab for different drugs and stuff. And I said, hey, you know, if they don't have an addictive personality, at least his is Mountain Dew and cigarettes. It doesn't seem to be, you know, everything else. And he was a workaholic. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was a workaholic. And nothing was ever good enough. I mean, he didn't, as far as I know, I mean, he had a secretary and a legal assistant, couldn't keep a legal assistant, didn't seem like. And because everything was very not good enough. Nothing was ever perfect, so.
Can you think of anything else that would be important for us to know? I think clearly, like Sergeant Hans told you, we're going to be here for a little while doing,
Yeah,
you
my
know, going
next door
through.
neighbor died a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and Detective Cockendall was the one that came out and investigated that one. So this one's a little different given the circumstances. So, you know, like Sergeant Hans said, we can't give you a time frame. We'll be here. You know, if we think of questions along the way, we'll.
Well, I
We'll
mean, I
ask.
know yesterday morning when Scott came to get the debit card, he was going to my dog. And like I said something to him about burn pile still. Because we talked about burn pile still going. You know, we got to smell that thing all, you know, just constantly burning. Well, 2 of the units are down here on this end and 2 are in the back part. So it sucks it in, you know, down here. Great. You know, of course, like I said, after we had that fire hit my house, I wouldn't wish that on, you know, anybody. And I'm terrified of fire after that. And was like, the more that I said about please don't burn, the more he did it. Here, please don't smoke in my house. And he used that, a lot of times he would use that shower for a ashtray. And then, of course, now we've got him one by his chair, right here. And, I said, Gary, I can't live through another fire. And I told him, I said, you said one in my other house too. I said, you can't keep this up. But his dad, we said the same thing about his dad. I mean, you couldn't get the Christmas presents opened up before he would gather up everything and take, go burn it.
Really?
I'm like, well, what is your all's thing with fire? I mean, I finally took my and put gas logs in my fireplace upstairs because he would load that sucker up with. I'm like, no, you'll get the chimney on fire. So we finally this last year, I was not going to put gas in that one because I've got one in the bedroom too that's gas. And those guys that were putting gas in, get a gas fire. Yeah,
Everybody's want to overpack it and burn it down.
burn it down. Yeah. I mean, I told him, Gary, fire department. I mean, we had fire trucks everywhere. You know,
Mhm.
I said, Gary, they're knocking holes in the walls.
Yeah.
I mean, and I did. I mean, I told the fire department when they were here, I said, I mean, he wasn't here, and they said, well, where is he? I said, I'll never be more answers from. So when they got here, they just kind of walked away. I mean, it was just kind of like, let her at him. I mean, you know, and I didn't say a word to him. I mean, my house was on fire. And he came in and started cleaning up his office. I'm like, Gary, I mean, come on now. We got bigger problems than you getting water out of your office.
Mhm.
And of course, it was on a holiday. I think it was a holiday week. I think it was on whatever the end of August. And, you know, she fell on a holiday. It took a day or two to get everybody out here to start working on the basement. And they did. They sent a team in and cleaned and did. And like, it was just all
Mm-hmm. Can imagine.
And that was, he had severe sleep apnea, and he had a CPAP machine, and his back, you see how the bed looks after he slept in it. I mean, it's just torn. I mean, you know, with all the doctors he saw this last time he was in the hospital, it was a neurologist and a cardiologist and every doctor. And I mean, I shot straight. You know, oh, I smoke about a pack a day. You know, and oh, I drink Mountain Dew a day. Like, I gave somebody all the medications that he's on.
Yeah, they said they were up there.
And he's on, they recently put him on a new blood pressure medicine. It was also a congestive heart failure medicine. It was, I mean, I Googled it. It was a pretty strong one. He wouldn't take it all. He never took any of his medications regularly. He would, my blood pressure got really high, so I'll take a handful of them versus, you know, I'm like, here's the thought, why don't you take them regularly? But then the more that anybody would say to him, and I told him, well, Emily, the one that lives in Thompson Station, I don't know what year that was. It was we had moved into this house. She came to me and she said, some of the partners have gone to Daddy and talked to him and he's got to get some help. And she said, please don't tell him that I told you. So I don't know why he confided, but he confides in her more. You know. And she had begged him to go and seek medical. Because I've got, my dad died of heart attack. My mother's been in the nursing home for years now with bad heart. Got a cousin that I don't have any brothers and sisters. I said, Gary, I've lived in the cardiologist's office for years. And I know for that. And I said, you know that there's that issue in your family. His mother supposedly is vascular dementia, and it's due from, you know, his grandfather this all vascular problem. They did tell him that the two arteries in the back of the neck were stopped up. That supplied, I guess, more blood to the brain, and told him to, go to the cardiologist. Let's get this thing back.
Some people are just stubborn.
I think that he, it was, I'm gonna push it as long as I can, and I said, "Gary, you've got to quit smoking." I know, but I enjoy smoking. Okay. And especially after Olivia was born, because he's always thought, I guess Emily was kind of his favorite, and whatever Emily wanted, Emily hits back. She's living in a $40,000 house in Thompson Station. He bought her a condo in Tuscaloosa, and that's fine. It made sense, to buy a condo. But I told him, I said, "Okay, we've got Olivia now, and you've got to take care of yourself and not see Brian." So I don't, like I said, it was always the glasses half empty, kind of thing. Do I think he would do something to himself? I mean, I don't. But there was so much about him. He didn't want me being at the hospital when he was there the last time. "You need to go ahead and go." And I said, "No, because I'm going to talk to these doctors. It's time to put the cards out on the table. It's time for us to all know." Well, the day that the cardiologist was supposed to come, they did a stress test and all that kind of stuff on him on Tuesday. And his nurse came in and said he did miserably on it. I said, "Great." And he said, "We do not do open heart surgery here. As far as stent, I think they do stents and stuff." He said, "So he will be transported out of here." And like I said, I never talked to the cardiologist. I talked to his physician's assistant. Because Amanda and she came and got me, and we went to Fox Hall on the other side of Douglasville to look at a wedding thing. We got back. Over there, they were dismissing him. And so I never talked. But I do know, because in the paperwork, that he was supposed to have gone back to the neurologist and to the cardiologist on that Friday. And he got out on late Wednesday, and he refused to go back. So,
But he doesn't, no heart attacks that y'all know of yet.
no, he had all the EKGs that they did in the hospital came back abnormal. So that's all the notes was abnormal.
Okay.
And of course, I tried to ask a lot of questions and stuff, and of course, their thing is privacy laws. And I know Dr. Hoffman, his doctor, I had been to him. I had to have eye surgery done a few years ago, and I had gone to him for physical at that time. I said something. I said, "What are we going to do about Gary?" And he said, "No." He said, "I ain't been able to change it." I said, "Well, we'll take it." I said, "He takes his blood pressure medicine with a Mountain Dew," and he said, "And tastes it with cigarettes." And he just kind of laughed, and he said, What do you?" I said, "I don't know." But now my mother, 2007, I think, she had open heart surgery, and I tried having it done else for a while. And I actually took her to him to get on home health and all that kind of stuff. And Gary said, "Oh, I finally brought you somebody that's in worse shape than I am." No, Gary, she's really fine.
Well,
I mean, I knew he was taking time off. I mean, there's a lot of it that I would think you need to go check on him, but the more you checked on him, the more belligerent, I guess, that he got. More, so I just go and just look. Push the select for the CPAP machine, so it breathes for him, basically. And he slept with the door locked. So he's paranoid about everything.
you said this is a smart house, and you just told me it's fair. Are there any video surveillance on the property?
No, none of any of that has worked since the fire.
Okay. So we might see cameras around, but no, they've all been taken down.
Yeah. I mean, there's cameras still there, but the whole system is
So I mean, if one of my supervisors said, "Oh, there's a camera," I can tell them there was a fire. How did you say 4 years ago was the fire? 2 years ago now.
Yeah, 2 years of August.
So fire 2 years ago, and that destroyed the system, and y'all never repaired it.
We got Elon,
Mhm.
and we got them back out here, and they've worked on it, and they couldn't seem to get it working. I mean, there's an iPad up in the kitchen that you can control, everything with, and it had been able to get it back working right. It got into all the wiring and everything.
So it's the whole house, not just the video surveillance. It's all the smart features.
It's all
Okay.
smart. Yeah, it used to, there was an electrical engineer who built this house.
Mhm.
She was an architect. You walk in rooms, lights would come on, and if anybody moved around, and everything, lights would go off.
Wow.
It got into all that. And I said, oh, I didn't know that it'd take having a fire here to get it to where, because I couldn't keep a light on in the house. You'd be sitting there at the kitchen table, and all of a sudden everything just goes dark.
Really? You have to move around to get it
Move
coming.
around, and you get up because there's like little things in each room, like a little thing up in the corner. With the sensor.
Mhm.
So you just get up and march around. And I said, he works from here, and it was fine for people like that, but it didn't work either. Not when you got dogs. Or kids.
Right.
So I didn't push it to get it fixed because when we did before then, we had cameras up, and he would say, "Well, who came to the house today?" Well, they were here working on such and such. Well, Scott came to the house 4 times today. Okay. So what?
Right. All right. I don't think I have anything else for now. Let's go up there and I guess see what's going on. I don't know what everybody else is doing and where we're needed or what is needed.
Oh, what happened?
Our job is just to determine if a crime was committed. So they'll be down there collecting evidence and doing everything. We have our crime scene investigators here. Typically, and you just let me know if any of this is too much for you, because I have to talk in my terms to try to make it clear, and some people don't handle it well. Typically, we respond to a death. We have a body, and we can look at the body, and we can say this guy's got this medical history. There's no holes in him. There's no cuts. Most likely, it's medical related. And then if there's any further questions, we can send them down to the GBI crime lab, and they do their autopsy, and they can tell us for sure, yes, it was a heart attack, or yes, it was a stroke, or whatever. We don't have that in this situation. So there's a lot more forensics involved in it, and I don't know how much, that's all their expertise, not mine. So the remains will definitely have to be sent off to be tested, because one thing we definitely have to do is positively identify him and make sure that the remains we found on him. They'll do that through the DNA testing. So, all that, I don't know how long all that takes, because they'll go down to Atlanta, to Panthersville, to the GBI crime lab headquarters down there, and that's where they do all that stuff. So, we'll be out here for several hours just because, and you see there's our crime scene truck arriving on the scene, but we only get one shot to collect everything we need and, do what we need to do. If we leave here and it pours down rain tonight, we can't really come back tomorrow if we miss something. So that's why it takes so long.
It rained here yesterday.
Yeah. And that's fine. That's fine. It rained last time. I mean, it is what it is, but from this point forward, we've got to do what we've got to do.
Well, that burn pile was, well, have you been down there?
Yeah.
It was as big as that.
Saw
And
and it's still smoking. It's still hot.
Oh yeah, it's still hot.
Even after it rained. How much did it rain last night here? Do you know?
I have no idea.
So I know when I woke up this morning, my in ball ground, my car was wet in the driveway and all that. So I know it rained last night. I just didn't know how much.
I have no idea because the sprinkler system went off last night, so it just didn't. Not enough. And like I said, I had 2 little girls here this morning, so. I know that seems odd.
I've been doing this job a while, and it's not as uncommon as you probably think it is. See it. I wouldn't say all the time, but I've ran across it multiple times where, it may not be to the extreme. Sometimes it is different levels, different bedrooms. I know people personally that sleep in different bedrooms, so.
Like I said, I begged him.
just something just popped in my head. You were very concerned about him watching the fire and then didn't see him for a few days. Did you go check on the fire yourself, or?
Oh yeah, we've all been down there. Yeah, we have. And then when Amanda and I went back today, there was it was just smoldering. And I asked Scott, I said, did you throw like one of the goats on there or something? You know, maybe one died, you know, because we have several of them. Did you throw a goat on there or something? Because it was just something that just looked, it was like one big ball of just, you know. And I said, did you throw a goat on there or something? And he went over there and looked, and, you know, did. He said, no, but that doesn't mean Daddy, you know, didn't. Well, then he really looked. And I will say, he actually took his stick and tucked. It was like that.
Mhm.
Tell me if I could go for a coat or anything. He took off. He said, I'm calling. Nothing.
But even the day before, y'all had been down there checking on the fire, and just.
Well, I would just walk out here like I said, I wasn't here. I mean, it was late Tuesday before we said it.
And then you
And
weren't
then
here all day
yesterday,
Wednesday.
and then I wasn't here most of the day yesterday.
But you could just walk in on the deck and look.
I can walk out, yeah. 'Cause
Make sure the woods weren't on fire. Just
make sure the woods weren't on fire. It was basically all that I did. Now this morning, we walked all over that, everywhere. I mean, you know, we just glanced at it. Yep, it's burn pile still burning, and it's still burning. And I mean, this door right here goes to the master bedroom. That's right here, so I can walk out that door. Just walk out. I mean, like the deck goes all the way around.
Okay.
And I just walk out and glance over there and go, oh, thank goodness the fire, you know, the woods are not on fire. And I said, we can't burn raised woods down because actually, from that fence right there, there's another man's property, and it actually comes up to the back of the house, and he lives down on Birmingham.
Mhm.
And so we can't set raised woods on fire. But you can tell there's a big tree that's down there by the burn pile. The last time he burned it, he caught the tree on fire.
So when y'all went down to the burn pile, you noticed the remains, and you
I just thought it was, yeah, and
You
that's
thought about
when
it,
that's when I said, Scott, did you throw a goat on here?
uh,
And I said, or did we have one to die? Because it was not unusual. If we've got a bunch of babies, and it wouldn't be unusual for, I mean, like I said, Tuesday night, Gary was gathering everything that was not nailed down. And there was a box that he had gotten a little jumper thing for Olivia. And he was like, I said, no, do not burn. Well, I noticed yesterday the box was gone. So, and then when we came in yesterday, the goats were out, the pigs were out, everything was out. So I called Scott and said, if you've been here to let everything out, because thinking he could maybe come in for a minute and then, you know, left. And he said, no, it's great. They just let them out, no matter how long, because they'll get up here and eat everything. So I know at some point in time he left them out yesterday. I mean, I'm assuming that doesn't mean that he did. I mean, they could have gotten out. You know, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I should have gone down and checked on him yesterday, but like I said, when I was blowing off everything, the fan was going in that bathroom, and I just thought, well, he's up.
all right. My sergeant has sent me a message saying that I am needed, that we can take a break for a little while. So let's go up here and we'll see if we can get you some water and see what's going on, okay? You have any questions?
I'm going to
It's understandable. None of us want anything more than to him come walking over that hill. You know, then we have to figure out who that is down there, but you know, at least it wouldn't be
Well, so I keep saying his phone, you know,
Was he, did he always have his phone on him, or did he leave it places?
he would leave it. I mean, no, he didn't care with him all the time.
So it's possible phones in the basement, they've just died. The battery has run out. Because they only last a couple of days. Okay. We know when we.
I know Scott and I went up to Cherokee Ranch to eat Tuesday.
Mhm.
And he was sitting, I don't know if you've ever been in. He was sitting in the first booth, he didn't go in. He was just sitting there and we got, now we didn't, but he was sitting in a booth that didn't have like, table on the other side, there's a wall, and there's a table and a booth sign. And he got up and said, hey, do what last Scott and I never opened his mouth. Got it? You know? But that wasn't unusual either. I mean, Scott and I've been up Cherokee. I mean, we go up there to eat. If I can go up there with him, like he. No. And I would ask Maxine, who works up there, does he ever talk to anybody when he goes in here, or does he just like, have his phone on his iPad? Or anybody, I mean, like, if it's like, well, I mean, Scott's usually here, and, he'll sit in there and just count with his iPad.
All right. Let me walk you back up here. And we'll, I'll see if I can get some more information, see what's going on, okay? What kind of cigarettes did he smoke? Do you know the brand? And nobody else here smokes? Scott does, he smoke the same kind? Don't know. Oh, okay.
He was here, started firing the basement, started smoking that day. Do I know he smokes? Yes.
Gotcha.
He knows how I feel about it.
Right.
So.
My sergeant's down here. I'm gonna go walk and find him. It looks like, I don't know if that's.
And I grabbed water out of
I'll let him go. Thank you.
and then there's two cases of water.
Okay. I'll be right back, okay?
You know where they all are?
I see there's somebody talking to that gentleman there. I believe it's your daughter.
All right, let's break for 10 minutes. All right, we'll be in recess 10 minutes.
At one time before you spoke with Melody Farris again, did the anthropologist arrive on scene?
Yes.
And at that time, was the projectile found in the remains?
Yes, after they arrived on scene and she began her excavation, I guess you would call it. So
Do you know if you had knowledge at the time of the projectile found in the basement?
I did not.
You did not have knowledge, or you didn't know if you had knowledge?
I don't believe I had knowledge of the projectile in the basement. I believe the projectile on the bones was found first.
And so at that time, after, well, tell the jury a little bit about when the projectile was found in the bones and what your next step was after that.
I wasn't down near the burn pile when the projectile was found. I believe I don't remember if I was called or texted or how I was notified, but I was notified of it, and obviously that changed the path of the investigation. We knew now that we had likely a homicide.
What was that, around what time was that on the 5th?
It was in the evening. I know in the interview that I did, you could hear me say the crime scene van was pulling up. So our crime scene unit got on scene first. They went down and did their assessment and then realized they needed more expertise. So they called the forensic anthropologist. It took her a couple hours to get there because I believe she was teaching at Kennesaw when she got the call. So she had finished what she was doing and coming. And it wasn't long after they found the bullet that I interviewed Ms. Farris again. I believe that interview started after 9:30.
Okay. And where were you when you spoke with Ms. Farris again?
I approached Ms. Farris at the scene. We were all still there and told her I needed to speak to her again. I asked her if she, by this time it was dark. We'd been outside. It was hot, all day. It was getting dark. There were a lot more people on scene, so I didn't think there would be a good private, quiet area outside due to all the activity, the stuff going on there. So I asked her if she would go with me, follow me to the Free Home Precinct, which was just a few miles away.
What county is the Free Home Precinct in?
Free Home Precinct is in Cherokee County. It's one of it's the office that those deputies that work in that area of the county work out of.
Describe where in the Free Home Precinct you went and spoke with Ms. Farris.
So the Free Home Precinct is a big building, but all of our precincts are attached to fire departments. When you walk into the main door of the precinct, you have what we call the day room. It's an area with counters with computers and things for the deputies to do their work. On the outside walls, there's offices for supervisors. We can go into a hallway where there's a bathroom for the area, and then there's what's called a community room. In the community room, members of the community can rent it. I don't even think it costs money. I think you can just reserve it and go use it, birthday parties or whatever. So I went in this room, and all the tables and chairs have been put up. I think I pulled a single table out and a few chairs. Pretty large room, probably 20 by 20 or so. And I set the table up kind of in the middle so we'd have a private, quiet place to talk.
Who was with you when you spoke with Melody, if anyone? Who was with you when you spoke with her the second time?
I interviewed her alone. There were other deputies there at the precinct. I know other family members came with her to the precinct, and they sat in that day room area or outside in their vehicles.
And I know we discussed this a little bit yesterday, but she arrived with other family members?
Correct.
Did you drive her?
No.
She rode with other family members?
That's correct.
And did you also ask Mr. Scott Farris to come to the Free Home Precinct?
I did.
And at that point, when you began your interviews with Melody and Scott, at this time, had you received any sort of digital evidence?
I don't believe so.
Had you received were you able to confirm or any information that Ms. Farris had given you at this point?
No.
Were you able to confirm any information that Scott Farris had given you at this point?
No.
Did you have bank account records?
No.
Did you have, had you spoken to friends of any of the family at this point yet?
No, the only people we've spoken to were people who were on scene.
So it's fair to say you were a little bit limited in your knowledge at this point when you were continuing to speak with the family.
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 2.
No objection. All right.
And it's 11:16, so I'll probably stop it in about 35 minutes or so.
I just want to talk to you again to try to see if you can clarify some things for us that just, talking to different people, that they think different things are important. And we have information that there was probably about a month and a half ago that there was another firearm found in your house, seen in your house. And you said that all there should be is a shotgun. Are you aware of any other guns in the house?
Yeah, there's a shotgun and there's a 22 that was at the house.
Like a 22 rifle,
Yes.
but no other guns?
No.
Was your husband an avid shooter? Did he like to go shooting?
Yeah, he did.
Where would he go? What would he do? Do you know?
He did do skeet shooting, dove hunting.
So he's more of a shotgunner, bird shooting type guy,
Yeah.
not a pistol or.
Yeah, I mean, there's, my dad had some pistols.
Mhm.
But now Scott has them, and I don't know what's left of them. I don't know. Scott took them, he was in the military, and Scott took them, and took them to Columbia, where he was. And supposedly the house got broken into, but now I do know that there was a pistol over the barn for a while, and I haven't seen it in a long time. Scott took it and put it away.
Do you remember what kind of pistol, what it looked like,
I
or
have no idea.
don't have any
I
idea?
don't know anything about guns.
Is there anything else you can think of that you've thought of in the time that you've been out there that you overheard in conversation or anything like that? They've been sifting through the remains and the ashes, and they have found a projectile and some bones. Does not appear to be self-inflicted.
Okay. So, I mean, do we know what kind or what?
Well, they have the projectile, so we're, I've told some of your family, we're on the scene, we have very limited resources scientifically to do the test and the measurements and the things that we need to do, so we don't know what caliber
Right.
at this time,
I mean,
but it's
like
gonna
I
be easily
said,
determined.
Oh, I know there was a 22 at the house. It was at one point in time propped up in the garage out there in the corner by the garbage can. But then Gary had it after that, and I thought he put it in his closet when the girls, knowing that, kids were coming.
But it wasn't a pistol.
No. But like I said, Scott's got several.
So Scott is the one that told us about a month and a half ago that he saw the pistol in the basement. The AT&T guy was there to do some repairs or to do something. He was trying to find the remote,
I don't know.
found the pistol. That pistol's not there anymore. Where-
I didn't know anything
where it was.
about one.
Didn't know anything about a pistol. So you were the last one to see Gary alive on Tuesday night.
Right.
Did you hear any gunshot?
No, but there was a ton of, like fireworks and firecrackers and all kinds of stuff going off. And, Scott he left and, and I don't know where he was. I don't.
You don't know where Scott was?
No.
When he left?
Tuesday. I honestly can't remember whether that's when I don't know. He was at the lake, I think, but I don't know that either. He leaves and we don't know. And he's played golf 3 days this week.
Okay, where does where Scott was have to do with?
Well, I was trying to think as to, his coming and going and that kind of stuff as to, whether he would have seen, I don't know whether he saw him when he came in Tuesday night.
Well, he said he didn't because he called you at 11:30 because he saw the fire burning.
Yeah, but he was coming in the driveway at that time.
Okay. And at that point, you didn't know where Gary was?
Well, I thought he was in the basement. I'd been out chasing the horses. And so I just came in, locked up the house. I talked to him as he was driving in the driveway because I was taking the RTV at the barn. mean, I don't know whether Gary had any other handguns or not. I don't know. And I don't know how many that Scott has.
So given the history of, just talking to everybody, it doesn't seem like he was depressed and suicidal. He's never had any violent tendencies.
No.
The location of where the wound was received on the body from the evidence that we can tell is not a typical self-inflicted place to shoot yourself.
Where was it?
It was in his rib cage. That's the one that we have found so far.
Right. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to think.
So he has no enemies or friends according to anybody,
He's a lawyer.
right? A corporate real estate lawyer, so
Yeah, he's called a real estate lawyer.
Yeah. there's nothing missing from the property that anybody's reported.
No.
You weren't harmed, you were in the house.
Yeah.
It was just you and him there, Scott possibly out in the barn.
No, but I don't know anything, but I mean, like I said, the basement was Gary's domain.
Mhm.
We rarely even went down there. I mean, I'd go through and collect dishes and, that kind of stuff. I occasionally go down there and check on him, and no, I don't know.
So you don't know how he received at least one gunshot wound.
No, I do not. No.
Any feuds with the boys lately?
He and Scott would get into it pretty heavily. I mean, they'd come to blows just over things because Gary was so anal about everything. Scott's hot. He is. He's hot tempered. There is no doubt. He's very hot tempered. But, Chris, we've had our rounds with him of stealing money. Now, are you the one that I talked to earlier?
Yeah, you and I talked on the back deck there.
But, other than that, we've had, like I said, we've had rounds for stealing money. To the point of that Chris is just, we didn't know what to do with him.
So let me go back over, we went over your activities those days, and we didn't really pin any times down. And I know you may not be able to remember exact times, but we kind of need to pin down pretty much where everybody was at all times from, the last time Gary was seen alive until today at noon.
Right.
So Tuesday is when you spent the day.
Yeah, I was at the house getting ready for the girls to come, Ellen and Eddie to come. Chris and Addison came, but I have no idea what time that was. Maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock.
That was in the evening?
Yeah.
No, this is on Tuesday, correct?
It was on Tuesday.
Chris brought Addison over.
Chris brought Addison over because he had taken Ella over to a friend's house that she had made.
Right, after that?
I went in and was sitting on my sofa in the study with the dog. And then he said something about one of the horses was out.
Who did?
Gary did. And we discussed about dinner. Was I cooking? Was I not cooking? Was I, whatever. And after that, I went out and chased 2 horses for, a while. They had gotten, one of them had gotten off the property. And I honestly don't know, because I know, and I don't know what time Scott came in that night. But I talked to him, I don't know. And he discussed, he said, I said, the fire's going. I said, yeah, and I told him he had to watch it.
And about what time did you say he started the fire?
It was after Chris was there, I think, but I don't know that for sure.
So Chris got there between 5:30 and 6. About how long did he stay?
30, 45 minutes, I guess. But I don't know how long he had been there when I saw that he was there, because he didn't come into the house, but I saw him out in the driveway. And then we went over to the barn. And because Addison wanted to see all the animals and stuff. And then he left. And Addison was wanting to stay, and Chris wouldn't let her stay.
So Addison was wanting to stay the night.
Yeah.
Chris wouldn't let
And
her.
Chris wouldn't let her.
So, sorry, my phone is. So 25:36, Chris gets there with Addison.
Mhm.
And y'all spoke in the driveway. Or did he ever come in?
I don't think he ever came in.
Don't think he ever came in. He was there 30 to 40 minutes, and y'all just spoke in the driveway about what y'all talking about.
Well, Gary and Chris were talking in the driveway, and then when I walked out, it was like it stopped. Just no discussion of anything, it ended.
Mhm.
And of course, I was talking to Addison because she had just flown in from Maine, and so she and I walked to the barn, and Chris went in his truck, and Gary came up on RTV.
Came up to the barn from the
To
house.
barn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
Addison and I walked down to the pond and said, "Any baby ducks?" And Chris followed us down there, and she wouldn't know was going to see Olivia while they were here. And I said, "Well, I don't know." I said, "She was just here this last weekend. I don't know." And Chris said, "Oh, well, I don't know. We didn't get to see her." I mean, because Chris was just avid that, I don't know, he was acting weird, or weirder than what he usually does. And I said, "Well, just call me if you want anything." Well, she can't talk. No. I mean, it was just, and I said, "Well, where is Ella?" And Chris said, "Well, it's none of your business." Well, yeah, it is. And so Addie said, "Well, she's staying with Emma." And I said, "Well, where's she staying at?" And she said, "Well, they're with Beth, or Emma's mom." And I said, "Beth?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Oh, she's fresh out of the jail. She cannot go there and stay." And I said something to Chris about, "You do not need to leave her over there." And he just brushed it off. He said, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about." I said, "Yeah, I do know."
Okay.
She's been in and out of jail several times here lately over, dispute with an ex-boyfriend, and she doesn't need to be over there. And she's been over there the other day.
So y'all got a dispute over that, and that's when he decided he wasn't even gonna let Addison stay with you? Or was there ever
There wasn't really a dispute. I mean, it was just, he knew that I was upset with him because he had charged a condo at the beach,
so he and Addison left?
and that's him.
So this would put us at about 6:30ish,
Like I said, I have no idea. I mean, along in that time frame,
6:30 to 7? You and Gary did walk from the barn, because Chris left from the barn, right?
I walked back over to the house.
You walked back up?
Yeah, I walked back up because I had the dogs with me,
How did Gary get there?
RTV.
Your old RTV back?
He never walks. And he came in, like I said, we discussed dinner. And after that, I never saw him again. But that's not unusual either.
When did you discover that he went outside to start a fire? You said it was after Chris had left.
Yeah, because after Chris had left.
How did you discover it?
Well, I had walked outside just to shake a rug and some stuff out there, and I was like, all right, he's got the fire started.
Okay.
And so I told him that night when we were discussing dinner and stuff, I said, "You cannot go off and leave that fire. You cannot do it."
So he started the fire before you guys discussed it, then?
It was long about the same, I mean, I don't know. I mean, when we were in and out discussing all that, I mean, I don't remember it by this time. But yeah, I mean, at some point in time when we were discussing the dinner and that kind of stuff, I said, "Why did you start that fire?" And, well, what difference does it make? Well, because it's dry, it's 4th of July, it's, I can give you 100 reasons you set my house on fire looking for it. And I just told him, I said, "Here, you've got to watch that fire." But even that night when I was out chasing horses and stuff, I mean, it was blazing like,
So you guys discussed dinner, had a discussion about the fire, you told him he needed to watch it, and then he walked off, or
yeah, he just went down the basement.
went down to the basement, and then what did you do?
I stayed in on the sofa with he said something, he said, "Oh, by the way, the horse is out." So I got up to go see and got Rebel in, the older horse, and the donkey was not out. So I went back in and then realized then that I went back out to check on him again. And because I had to go put Luke and Leroy up, the 2 dogs at the barn. And I realized that the other 2 horses were out. So I had to leave the property
To go get the
to
horse.
go get the horse.
So then you finish all that up. You still not seen Gary in all this time?
No.
And you go back to the house after you finish?
Yeah.
Okay, then what'd you do?
Went inside, took a shower, got dressed, went in there and stayed with the dogs in the study, which is on the back side. Like if you go into my house, it's on the back side of it.
Mhm.
And stayed in there with the dogs. And then, I kept going back out and checking the horses, but I just went out the front door and walked down the driveway, and back there. And then when Scott came in, I called Scott and said, how much longer are you gonna be till you get home? Well, I'm almost there. Well, then, we talked later on, and I'm thinking, why is this taking him so long? To get home. And then, finally, I said, look, I need some help getting, walking up all, everything, how much longer you will be? I'm almost there. He got just very angry, very. I don't know. I don't know what time that was.
Shoot a text. They're looking for you.
They're looking for me?
Yeah, they needed you to turn back.
I don't have any that say they need me back.
Hmm?
I don't have any that say they
He
need
sent
me.
me a text that said that they needed you back. Trent back and you back. I'll call him and verify it real quick and let him know what you're doing and see if he still wants you back.
Yeah, is that Lee?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it's pretty late. Was it pretty late by this point?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you had a phone conversation with Scott?
Right.
And what did that entail?
It was just, you'll be home, look, I've got, the horses are upset, the dogs are upset, Luke and Leroy are having a meltdown in the barn. Just typical, what we do, 9 days out of 10 with each other. Scott, when you be home, I'll be right there. And, 2 hours later, he may show up.
So when he got home finally, did he let you know he was there? Or
I saw him go on the driveway.
did you call him or he called you?
He called, yeah, that was when he said, we discussed about I said, he's got the fire going. I said, oh, yeah. And, he said, which gate did they get out of? And how to get out? I don't know, Scott. They're just out. I put them back in, locked the gates up.
So, and by this point, it's pretty late. Do you have a guesstimate of what the time was?
I'll probably say 10:30. But I don't know that for sure.
Right. And did you go to bed soon after that, or what did you?
Oh, yeah. Like, immediately. Because, like I said, the 2 dogs were having just, meltdowns. I just pulled him in bed with me. And
Time did you wake up the next morning?
Scott came to the house at about 6:30. He called me, he said, I'm coming over to the house to get the car. So I got up, gave him the debit card. And he went and got cash. Or I said, he went and got cash. And then he came back.
And then what did you do?
And then I actually went and crawled back up in bed, fixed something to eat. Crawled back up in bed and lay there for, a while. And went to the barn to go feed the baby goat. And feed Leroy and, that kind of stuff. And,
Do you have any idea what time you went out to feed the goats?
no, I did.
So you got up at 6:30. You think it was an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours after you?
Maybe 2 hours. I don't know that for sure. I got up and got started, and I talked to Amanda at some point in time. And, because I was just supposed to stay home. And she said, let's go live in there, And she said, Cameron, and she said, I said, well, I don't think Addie's gonna come, because I don't think Chris is a letter. And she said, yeah, Chris has been blowing the phone up, and, Cameron's been texting, Addie and, that kind of stuff. So, I left. And, like I said, we didn't get back until,
What time did you leave to go to the lake? Do you remember?
so like,
Afternoon, before noon?
it was probably before when I left. Like I said, I thought he was up because I had the blower going and blew off the driveway and, up the upper deck, and then you go down below and blew all that off. And because the fan in that bathroom was blowing, and you could smell smoke coming out, at that time.
So when you left at around noon-ish to go to Lake Lanier Islands,
Right.
or Lake Lanier, You didn't see or hear anything from Gary?
But that's not unusual either. I mean, especially on his day off, I mean, it's nothing for him to sleep till very late. Especially when he was having those spells, as we call them. I mean, he'd sleep till, sometimes all afternoon. But it was not, I mean, like I said, it's nothing unusual for him to sleep very, very late. And to go down to his office and go to, stay in there for hours and hours doing documents. And I mean, I noticed that the door was open very much to his office still, and I just reached and closed it. Blew everything up, went to blow it up, and I was gone. I just assumed, I thought he's up, didn't think anything about it.
Where did you go when you left the house? Where's the first place you went?
Target.
Which Target did you go to, you remember?
One marketplace in Tony.
Then you went from there to the lake? And what time did you leave there, do you remember?
It was by the time we got out of there. I mean, it was probably, because I had Cameron, it was probably 6-ish when we left there. And Amanda, we called her and told her that I said, I'm home, we got home. I have no idea. And like I said, I came in, I was busy with girls and getting, them situated and settled, and Chris came to the house and brought Addison.
But you were there when he brought Addison?
Yes.
So if you left the lake at 6-ish, how long does it take you to get there from there to home?
A good hour or more.
So we're looking at home at about 7. And you took the girls in, we took the one girl in that you had already.
Right.
And started getting ready just for the evening, and Chris showed up with Addison, and dropped Addison off.
Mhm.
Okay, and then what'd y'all do from there?
Well, we went over to the barn and I fed and just kind of took care of everybody over there. And then I actually had gone to the barn to feed, and I saw Chris pull in with Addison. So I just went back to the house. And, we discussed about, Addie had actually a salad from Wendy's. And I said something to Chris, and he just blew me off. And I said, look, I need to know what the plan is. What are you gonna do tomorrow? What are you gonna do? And he's, well, what does it matter? Well, I need to know. I've got, the girls here. And, he said, well, it just doesn't matter. Well, okay, and so he just left. So then with them, it was, okay, we've got to get you all, what bed are y'all gonna sleep in tonight? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna, and I told them, I said, please do not leave this house. Do not leave. And they wanted to go back over to the barn and stuff, and I said, well, it's fine, remember, stay out of the pasture, stay out of everywhere. And so anyway, we went back to the barn, did around, and finally, I guess it was about 8:30, 8 o'clock or so. I told him, I said, look, y'all got to get showered and get settled in for the night. I said, I have been too hot today, up there. And I was in bed about 8:30. And I told him, I said, look, remember, I know, so I typically sleep with my bedroom door shut just to keep the dogs in. And I had left it open, but the dog ate up. I said, remember, I can hear you if you leave. And they promised to settle in, wouldn't be on their phones, wouldn't be,
You said Addison's how old?
11, should be 12 in August.
And what was the other one's name?
Cameron,
Cameron. And she's how old?
I think 11, 10.
And both of these girls are whose daughters?
Chris, my oldest son, Addison is his, Cameron is Chad, the one that's out here.
Okay. So she is your soon-to-be step-granddaughter. Okay. So you're in bed about 8:30, and you sleep all night, or?
Yeah, I'd wake up every once in a while, just, okay, if I heard them, and I remember hearing them in the kitchen at some point in time, but it's like, okay, they're in the kitchen, they're,
But at no time, you didn't get up and go down, or?
No.
Right, so about what time did you get out of bed the next morning? Which would be this morning, right?
I got up and checked on them about 8:30. And they were both upstairs asleep, and I went upstairs and turned out all the lights that were, they have all the lights on upstairs, and I went up and turned,
You're good, Danny. You good stay.
went upstairs and turned out all the lights. And, lowered the air conditioner, because it was hot up there, and I, lowered it down. And I don't know what time that they got up. I mean, I basically got up, fixed me something to eat, and I thought, I'm just gonna throw back up in the bed for a while and just, chill. And I talked to Amanda, and she was on her way over. And, she said she was well, actually, at that time, she said, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna get ready and then, come over. And Addie and Cameron were wanting to, they said, well, where's Big Daddy? I said, well, he should be down there in the basement. Do you not see him? And they said, no. And I said, well, you can look at the barn. I said, we'll go look at the barn and see if he's over, Well, then Amanda got there, and then Scott came over not long after she'd been there. We were just sitting out on the front porch talking. And we discussed, I said, your daddy over at the barn? And he said, no. And I said, are you sure? Because he's not here. Well, then that's kind of when we started looking. And Amanda called his cell phone, went immediately to voicemail. And I went out and looked in his car, found his wallet in the console of his car. So it was stashed in there with all his cigarettes. And then we started, just looking for him. I called his secretary. I even called Emily and Franklin to see if she could talk to him. And she said, because Amanda suggested, well, she said, he's left town. And I said, well, his travel CPAP machine is gone. And I said, so he very well could have left. And not, because he never told anybody. I said, but his car's here, so that didn't make any sense. And I said, do you know when they were planning on going to the beach? Because Gary had just said he was going to go with Chris this time. He wasn't taking another trip on our dime and not go with him. And he had wanted both of us to go. And I said, no, because that's just feeding into his thing of taking money if we go. And he said, well, what if, we take the girls and go down there? And I said, well, that's fine. But Chris is not willing to let those girls go without him, So, we just left it. Gary said, yeah, you're probably right. He's not letting him go.
So you guys couldn't find him this morning, you started searching?
So we started searching, yeah. Scott and I got on RTV, went everywhere. Amanda and we just walked down the hill. And, walked right by that fire pit. By that burn pile. And we walked right straight down that hill. And I said, look, the property ends right here, where the fence is. So we didn't walk all the way down there. We get to see that there wasn't anything. We've been back up. Scott and I have been, like I said, in the RTV, we pulled down, on the dam down there and backed up. And we've been everywhere, just to see if he walked off or if he, whatever. And Scott and he rode up on the road to check at the top of the top pasture, up there. And then we all went back. And then Scott just, because we discussed about, a goat being put on the burn pile or anything like that.
Is that something y'all done before? Or?
Yeah, Scott, if we have a baby goat or something like that to die, Scott would just put it in the burn pile and burn everything.
When's the last time y'all had to do that?
What?
Burn a baby goat or
Oh,
something?
I have no idea. No idea.
When was the last time that burn pile had been burned at all?
I don't know. It's been several months. Because I just wouldn't let him burn it. As I said, everything, you and Scott both take everything and put it on that burn pile. Everything. And it just gotten so big and so whatever. And I said, it's just dry. It's too dry. And, like I said, all of a sudden it's burning.
So that pretty much narrows down your time frame and where you were and what you were doing and who you were with. So that was
Yeah.
what I was.
And Scott called me after he got through playing golf. And he said, so got through playing golf, and I said, what are you gonna do? And he said, well, I'm gonna go on until late, but I won't be there long. And like I said, then it was, late when he got home. And I'd actually tried to call him a couple of times and he didn't answer. I was, okay, I thought you were gonna be home at a reasonable hour, And he wasn't.
Mhm.
But that's not unusual either.
Right. All right, do you have any more? How do you want to tell them about the The projectile of the bullet. You want me to tell him? You want to tell him?
Just got none.
Your first one.
I don't know, I guess we'll bring them all in and tell them together.
One other piece of business, I am going to, your cell phone is in the search warrant, so I'm going to need to take your phone and we'll forensically analyze it just to look for evidence inside of it. Do you have it? Is it in your pocket? Yeah, I'll go ahead. If you want to cut that off, or is it password protected?
It is.
Will you give me the password, or do you want to turn the password protection off?
No, I'm just giving the password. I mean, do you have a search warrant for this?
They have it. I don't know who has a copy of it, but it is in the search warrant for all electronic devices.
I mean, do I need to get an attorney?
That's up to you. It's one of your rights.
Well, I know Eric Durlacher, he called this afternoon and he's like, well, you know, y'all be careful. Don't do anything that, you know.
Mm.
I mean, has Scott implied that I would have done this?
No.
I mean, I would have never, ever heard it. Never.
The unfortunate thing is that somebody did, and we don't know who did, and it's our job to determine that. So we have to go through our common standard procedures. I mean, you're the spouse. We have to do everything in our power to rule you out or to rule you in, you know?
Right.
So, and in today's day and age with technology, cell phones are one of the biggest pieces of evidence. So it's common procedure. They're included. We take them, we analyze them. We can get it back to you pretty quickly.
I stopped it at 37:38.
All right, break for lunch. We're gonna deal with something during the lunch break, so I'm gonna give you all till 1:30. All right, John, meet you. 1:30.
Hand over this phone. She's not gonna be able to get up and make a night.
You want to write down some phone numbers out of there, and you can call from someone else's phone would be the easiest.
Can you bring me that telephone number and phone in?
404-357-6975. What's this thing, an iPhone? Do you know what model this is?
5 maybe?
What's the address out there? Yours.
2155.
55 for sale.
Yeah.
Is that a Milton address or a?
I need my phone. I need a cousin of mine's telephone number there too.
So let me know when you find it. I'll give it to them back.
Sticker house number.
All right,
Yeah, let's just
still
transfer
up?
the phone over to me. I'll give you a copy.
I mean, did we get a copy of the search warrant?
Will be left at the house. There should be multiple search warrants, so you'll get copies of each one. He's in there working on another one.
I was say, but did we not get them like ahead of time? Or-
So this one is included in the, I'll see if he's got a copy of it with him. This will not be searched without the search warrant signed.
Okay.
So search warrant is signed to take it. I don't know if they included in that search warrant the actual search of the phone, because you can write a search warrant to take things, but then actually go into this phone forcefully, we'll have to write another search warrant, or if they included it all in one. It's done different ways by different people, so I don't know. I haven't read it. I was just given instructions that the search warrant was in place and that I needed to collect this when I thought you'd here. Okay. Is there anything you want to disclose at this point in the investigation? Because at this point, it's a homicide investigation, and we're going to be at your house all night, and we're going to be really going through everything, so
I mean, there's nothing.
nothing.
I
Do you
mean,
have any idea of anyone who'd want to harm your husband?
I mean, like I said, Chris has threatened me. I don't know if he has threatened Gary or not. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, he and Scott would get into it a lot. But, and like I said, Scott is very hot-headed. I mean, even Amanda will, attest to that. I mean, she really got after him today. But hey, look, you can't, and you can't just blow up. You can't, we're gonna have to stick together on this. This is awful. This is a life-changing event right here. This is, I'd like to think that Scott would have never done anything.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, I mean, he spent time in Iraq, and I mean, like I said, I mean, he pretty much totes down. I mean, he gets one of them on RTV a lot. But Scott will come and get that. I mean, we can have the RTV. I mean, he got very upset because Addison and Cameron wanted it today, and I mean, he was just flipping out. But he does. I mean, like I said, he hasn't worked since he got back from Iraq, except for a very short time, and he was fired from that job. And I mean, you're just allowed him to not work. Just stay there. I mean, it's pretty much. I mean, I told him. I said, I mean, this man's out there all the time. I don't hardly leave and go anywhere. I don't do anything. I just stay there and work. Scott and I will go up to Cherokee and eat 2 or 3 times a week. And other than that, I don't go anywhere. I mean, Jackie, that was down there earlier, she lives at the top of the hill. Just, I'll see her on occasion and stuff. Like I said, I don't know what kind of guns that Scott had, but my dad's.
I'm sorry, I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
You said you didn't know about all
No,
the
I
guns?
don't know what all
Because-
that, no, I don't know what all the stuff got.
But if he had any, it'd be in his little apartment.
There's some in the tack room. Well, actually in the feed room. is where they are. They're hanging. And the last time that I saw that handgun was up above the cabinet. In the cabinet up there, above, there's like a refrigerator kind of thing here, and it was up above it.
Do you remember what it looks like?
No, because I don't know anything about guns.
Do you remember color, the grip, any part of it?
No, but I mean, I know that he and I had a discussion about it, and I said, first of all, why have you got a gun? You know?
Yeah.
But, I mean, like I said, I mean, he keeps them, loaded. And there's a BB gun, and I think it's actually up in the laundry room, and then there's a pellet gun that's in my closet. And like I said, I think it was a 22 that was in Gary's closet.
And that was downstairs. You said it was like a 22 rifle.
Yeah.
And that would be near the vanilla shotgun?
No, I think the shotgun, and Scott took it and put it in the basement
The basement of.
of my house.
So is that not where Gary's bedroom is?
Yes.
Okay.
But he kept a closet upstairs with his clothes in it, in the master. And it was in there, propped up in there. And I took it and moved it over in the corner, back behind his clothes. But, like I said, that's been some time ago. And I moved it. But it was loaded. But Gary used to sleep a good bit with a loaded gun. But I think it was that 22 that he kept a lot. And I know at one time Gary had all my dad's handguns, but then I think Scott took them all from him. And, I never did really know why that, because I'm like, well, they were my dad's. And then, like I said, he told me that they were stolen.
Who told you that?
Scott did.
Why did he say that? Oh, you mean stolen in a break-in?
Yes.
Not like the guns were hot, stolen
No,
guns. I
no,
got
no,
you.
no, no.
He's claiming when he took them to Columbia. You said Columbia,
No,
South Carolina?
Columbus, Georgia.
Columbus. I thought you said Columbia. Okay. Columbus, Georgia, where he was
Columbus,
stationed.
Georgia, when he was there. Because when he came back from Iraq, he stayed in Columbus for a while. So he got out of the military. And because I asked him about him, and he said, well, that they had a break-in and they had been stolen.
Did he file a report? Do you know? What year would that have been?
I don't know that either, because I don't know what year he got out. He did not go in until, my mother had a heart surgery in 2007. And he went in, I don't know if it's the next year or the next. And honestly, I don't know if he was in there for 3 years. He got out early. He was not able to re-enlist, and I never did really understand why he got out earlier. I mean, he said that it was, Obama had cutbacks and that kind of stuff.
Right.
And he got out, and I know that when we went down, he was in basic training, and we went down, and he was supposed to go down for an afternoon and like a night or something like that.
Mhm.
And they did not release him to leave the base. And we just stayed on base with him. He said that he got in trouble for saying that he was going to drive back to Atlanta and that kind of stuff. And I guess that was overheard by one of his sergeants. And they had kept him and didn't allow him to leave. And so we just stayed the afternoon and drove back. And then he left for Iraq. I flew out. He was actually in El Paso, Texas. And I flew out there to see him off. He wouldn't go. And I flew out there to see him off. And then he came back. But honestly, I don't know what year that was that he got out.
Does he have any PTSD or anything from?
He's always been very hot-headed ever since he was a little boy. I mean, to the point that, he weighed 9'1" when he was born, and he was just a handful. And he'd get mad if he dropped the hat. He came in he did come in last night. After he got back in last night, I was in bed, and he came in because I called him after we got home, and I said something. I said, all goats were out. Did you let them out? And pigs and everything, was out. And he said, no. And I said, okay. And I said, I'm just telling you they're out. But he came over to the house and he was belligerent.
About them being out?
Well, just about. You had gathered the eggs today and, basically just chewing me, a new one.
Yeah.
And I said, what difference does it make if the eggs were gathered today?
Mhm.
It doesn't matter. you need to do this tomorrow, you need to do that tomorrow, because I've got plans. And that was when he came over to the house. I said, where are you going? And he said he was gonna go with Ted, a friend of his, over to the PGA store and do something. And I said, really? You're gonna be gone again today? And that's what, we
Set him off.
yeah, set him off.
Hold on, Sarge. My supervisor's calling me. Step out for just 1 second. Yes, sir. I apologize. You need water?
Yeah, you got some?
Go in there and get some out of that, unless you want single. Well, that's my cup. I'll get the first one. I'll be right there. I'm gonna bring this in. So like I told you earlier, there were some, we've spoken to everybody multiple times, separately, together, everything else, but everybody's got a little bit different story and outlook on the family, the marriage, and everything. So understand that at some point there was an allegation of an affair,
But, I mean, that's been our entire marriage.
your entire marriage?
Yeah.
He has always accused you?
Always
or-
accused me.
Why is that?
His dad did the same thing to his mother.
Mhm.
If I talk to anybody, oh, wait, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, he did. I mean, that would, like I said, I think I finally just got, tried to stay home all the time. Because if you went anywhere, if you did anything, if you talked to anybody, like if y'all had been there today and I've had a conversation with you, oh, well, I know exactly what
Okay. So there's one specific event, I guess it happened many, many years ago that everybody keeps referencing back to. I don't know if you know a specific one or if there was one that was founded allegation, if you ever actually did, or.
Well, it was with my sister-in-law's boyfriend
Mhm.
at the time, and, I was having to go up and stay with my mom a lot. She was in the hospital. She spent quite some time in the hospital. And, Gary was so sure, and he was very helpful, everything. me and him and his sister rode horses a lot, all the time. And, finally I was just, I won't talk to him anymore. I won't, whatever. I mean, Jerry and I are still, very close, very,
Mhm.
She was like, look, I'm sorry, that he's felt this way, that he's done this way, he said, but no, it was never, and once that I got to where that I wasn't, like I said, I brought my mother home. It didn't work out for us to have her in our home, and she wanted to go back to North Alabama. So from that point in time on, I pretty much took somebody with me every time. I didn't go alone. It was just, he sold my mother's house. I mean, I had trouble with him coming in, and he would go in and break in my mother's house and just tear everything up and, that kind of stuff.
So there has been some violence in the past, because earlier we spoke and you said it was all
Well,
verbal.
I wasn't there.
Right.
When he
Well, I
did.
mean, that's pretty violent to go in. That's, retaliation, retaliatory to go in and.
Yeah, I know. He
Trash.
busted down my mother's back door,
Mhm.
kicked it in, tore the door off the hinges and that kind of stuff. And I did. I called cops because not knowing at the time what had happened. And, then he fessed up that, he had done it, but that's been 10 years ago.
Mhm.
I mean, he did that. But it was nothing for, that was, I'd come in, me and the girls would be out too long, doing something, and he would come in and he would, snatch all the clothes out of closets and throw them down on the floor and just,
Mhm.
So I ended that by going in his closet and, I come in and everything be torn up, and I just went in and yanked all the stuff I hit, and he never did it again. I mean, that's been 10 years ago.
And he's a pretty big guy, so I mean,
He is a big guy.
if he wanted to hurt you,
Oh, he could. I mean, if he wanted to, he could have.
but he's never laid a hand on you.
No, he's never laid a hand on me.
So that's just me pausing it. So I do got a question for y'all. Okay. Okay, so I do got a question for y'all, and I'm gonna put this out in the service so y'all can kind of understand what this poll gonna be about. Okay, let me ask y'all this. If we look at the case in a whole so far, what we doing? I mean, because most of y'all know, I know that there was a guilty verdict, right? Although this is my first time watching the case and all the evidence. My question to you guys would be, even if, I guess that wouldn't be a fair question. Well, I guess I could preface it, I guess. And y'all, excuse me, y'all know sometimes I think outside the box. So even if she is, we know she found guilty, do y'all think that the jury really had enough to convict her beyond a reasonable doubt? I guess that's where the mindset that I'm looking at. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think that's where I get lost, even though she may be guilty, but the law requires beyond a reasonable doubt. And I mean, I know the jury did convict her, but do we think it was beyond a reasonable doubt? Because I see so much reasonable doubt in this case so far. I'm gonna put us a survey up there so y'all can tell me. Right now, at this stage of the case that we are at, I don't think there was enough evidence, but we have a lot of days to go. That's what Marilda says. That's so true, Martin. And that's my thing. And I think because when I'm thinking of my standards, I think a lot of people, and we want to make sure that the guilty person is guilty. And does this mean that if Scott really actually did this for a person like Lynn, did he commit the perfect redrum? Because remember, he out here walking free. Did he commit the perfect redrum that mom is in jail and he out here walking and he free? Like, it raises so many questions. Like, far as I'm concerned, put them all in jail, make them all do half the time. Look, you do half, because we don't know who did it. We think all y'all did it. Because they have to give me some reason why how she moved this guy's body. They did not test the tractor. That is not my fault. They should have tested. How are they explaining how she moved this big guy? This guy is huge. You talk about 300 pounds of unalive weight. Like, I don't care what she had going on in her mind. I don't care how much anger, how many Wheaties she ate that morning. It ain't happening. It's a no can do. Then I see what people say, well, she moved him to the tractor. Okay, well, even if she moved him to the tractor, and that's the way she did it, and there's blood on the tractor, why didn't they test the blood? So we could say, this is concretely how this happened. Quiet as kept. I don't even know if Scott really could have moved him. You know, and I know Baca had mentioned before that she think that he was pew-pewed in the house, but not pew-pewed enough to injure him to the point that he couldn't walk. And she walked him out to the burn pile, but the burn pile don't seem like it's really close to the house. Like, I don't know if he was doing all that walking. And yeah, I just don't get that part. Lynn said yes, her daughters and granddaughters and other witness testimony. Are you seeing? I thought the tractor was set back all the way as far as it can go, and the investigator was saying that, hey, look, I'm 5'6", but I could still reach the pedal. So it looked like he had it as far as back as it could go, Lynn, from what I could tell from the testimony yesterday. I think it was yesterday's testimony where we see him get in there and demonstrate in the tractor. He was like, this is as far as back as it goes, but I'm 5'6". At least that's what Scott was. Oh, you say Scott was not there. But do we know exactly what day he ended up in the burn pile? I don't know. I just have so many questions. And she may be guilty in the mug, but I really feel like somebody probably helped her. All right, I'm going to send this survey out, this poll out, so y'all can tell me what y'all think.
Now, he would threaten me once, but never.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They ever scare you?
Yeah.
So it almost seems like you lived on edge all the time.
All the time.
Fear.
Fear.
Never knew what was coming next.
No.
From him.
But he could walk down to the basement and come back up 30 minutes later, you know, or whatever, and it was like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
Mhm.
I mean, he could be, everything was good, sunshine and roses and whatever, and then it was, I mean, if you heard Gary, he would say that we lived in a piece of time. I mean, he was just, but like I said, he did not do it. It wasn't just me, it's everybody that he was very critical of.
So is this phone, you said everything was in his name? Or the phones are in his name and everything?
That one is not, that one's a straight talk phone. Mine and my mother's is a straight talk phone.
Okay. So did you have any other cell phone?
No.
Talking to some other people, multiple people have said that they have seen you with another phone in a different case.
Never had, I did not have another one.
Have you recently?
No.
Within the past 6 months?
No. Now, I had a friend of mine's cell phone for a while. She gave it to me. She said, look, because Gary, at that point in time, my phone was with AT&T, and he could shut it down, turn it off, do, you know, whatever. But he also would shut off the debit card.
Mhm.
You know, I'd go to the grocery store and it would work here, but then if you went another place, it wouldn't work. He had access to his phone to shut it down and turn it back on. But that was his control thing, you know. Every day it was, you know, you went here, you went there, you went whatever. What did you buy? What did you do? But then I could go, you know, Scott and I would go to Lowe's and spend $300 and he wouldn't say a word about it, you know, that. But if you went to Kroger and spent $38, then
That was an issue.
that was an issue. So there was no rhyme or reason.
So what about the phone from your friend?
I mean, I gave that back to her some time ago.
Why'd she give it to you?
she said, just take it, and in case that he shuts your phone off, then that way you don't have, that you can have access to a phone, you know, and I said, well, I'll just end that, I will, you know, go to get a straight talk phone, that he can, you know, not shut it on and off.
So what was your friend's name that gave you this phone?
Sherry
Sherry, do you know her last name?
Cooper,
Is her number in your phone?
yes.
Where, does she live locally?
Well, she's actually in Ohio and Minnesota. Her son is just acting. And so she's traveling with him and has been for several months now.
So she used to live local. How were you friends with her?
She used to live right in the corner from us. If you went straight down the road and went down on the cul-de-sac, she lived down on the cul-de-sac.
How long ago was it that she gave you this phone?
It was toward the end of last year. I know, well, no. It was longer ago than that. I don't remember when it was. But she got worried about him, you know.
Worried about, what about him?
She said, you know, that she said, I'm just scared that he's going to cut you off and you're not having access to anything. She said, he does it to you, he does it to the kids. I mean, you know, Scott has nothing in his name either. I mean, you know.
So she was just afraid that he would cut you off and you wouldn't be able to call for
And I
help.
wouldn't be able to call for help, wouldn't be able to call anybody, wouldn't be able to call.
Was she in fear that he might hurt you?
I think she had seen him, I mean, you know, and of course me just saying, no, I can't go because he's being Gary, you know. And she's like, look, I know I was at the grocery store and I called her one day and I said, well, he's got the debit card off again. And she said, well, do you need me to come and pay for it? And I said, no, I've got cash. I had enough to get out of the grocery store. And he called Amanda that day because I had actually been with Sherry somewhere. And she and I had gone, I think up to Apalachicola, up to whatever, Dahlonega, up in that area, you know, hiking. And, you know, she said, I talked to Amanda, told her where I was, I mean, you know, that kind of stuff. And she's like, Daddy, I talked to her, she's with Sherry. You knew that. Well, I don't know that that's really where she, you know.
So he never forgave you for,
He was never trusting of me, even before we got married.
Okay.
I mean, my parents owned a business and he didn't let me work in there. He never allowed me to work outside the home. You know, because I mentioned not, you know, after Amanda got grown and I kind of got my mother settled and, you know, that kind of stuff. I said, Gary, I enjoyed working when I'd go home and work for my parents. No, it makes me look bad for you to do that.
do you remember, just one more quick question about that phone. Do you remember what color it was or what kind of case it was in or what it was like?
It was a straight talk phone.
Just another straight talk phone.
It was just another straight talk because she actually had two phones. She was going through a divorce at the time.
So why did she have two phones? Same type thing?
She was going through a divorce.
So she'd keep one like straight talk and then one regular or?
I think they were both straight talk that she had. And I knew, well, I had gone, well, she talked me into going and actually talking to her attorney about kind of, because nothing was in my name. And, you know, she said, I'm worried that she was going through a divorce this time. And she said, I'm worried that, you know, if something happened to him or anything, you're going to be left with nothing. I mean, nothing. And I said, well, you know, I guess I'll worry about that. You know, she said, look, go and talk to him and just tell him, see what you can do, see what, you know, whatever. And she went with me. And, you know, he basically said, well, you can file and get a legal separation. You know, but other than that, he said, I can't tell you anything that you're going to have to do. Well, Gary found out about it that I had gone and talked to an attorney. Of course, he was just belligerent, you know. How dare you tell somebody else about our problems? I mean, he had actually filed for divorce back 10 years ago.
Mm.
And his thing of it was that, you know, I won't leave you, but I will make it hard enough on you that you will pack and leave. And I said, I'm not packing and leaving. It's not happening. I said, you go and you do what you want to all the time. And I'm here. And you've made it, you know, matter that we're, you know, I've got a child here with me all the time. But I mean, it just worked out better. You know, as long as I stayed home, I didn't go anywhere, I didn't do anything, you know, he was fine with it. Like I said, he lived his full separate life and, you know, he come and go as he pleased. He, stay out late. He'd disappear off. I said, you have a whole nother set of rules.
Mhm.
But, like I said, I took a vow we were gonna stick it out to then, thick and thin. And even at our other house, we had two sets of staircases. He used one, I used the other one. I stayed in one end of the house, he stayed in the other end of the house.
Wow. So, I mean, you've 38 years of marriage? You said
39 in September.
39 in September, and you said the entire marriage has pretty much been
Yeah.
one version of this or another, and it's gotten, the last 10 years has gotten worse, I'm assuming.
Actually, when my daddy died, it was in 97, and he told me then, he said, I literally come in on Tuesday after we buried him on Sunday. He said, you don't have anybody watch your back for you anymore, do you? And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, you don't have anybody to watch your back. So it pretty well, after that point in time, I think he knew that daddy was gone, and he wasn't gonna, that was it.
Mm.
And, you get along with him great for a while, and then he just disappears off. He just like I said, he's very much a loner. He has no friends except for the firm. And he'll go on skeet shoots and dove shoots and that kind of stuff occasionally. We used to go to the bankruptcy seminar down at the beach all the time, and he never wanted to go to those anymore. We used to go to things that the firm had, and then he got to where he didn't want to go to those, the extracurricular, kind of stuff. Although this year, he would say, well, I've got a clerk event to go to. I said, well, that's different.
But he didn't take you with him?
But I don't know necessarily that any of the spouses, it's a very large firm.
Mhm.
So I don't know that any of the spouses went or anything. We used to have what was called the after party in Birmingham at their office there, and he really wouldn't go to those anymore. But there was an episode back a few years ago, it was that he got very drunk at the party, he had to be carried out. And after that, he didn't want to go back anymore,
He didn't like looking that way in front of his
I guess.
colleagues, yeah.
Yeah.
You said he's a man that likes control, and he lost control of himself in front of other people, and
Right.
just from my understanding, he doesn't drink often.
But when he does, he does.
So you've kind of laid out a life of him keeping you down and bullying you, basically.
Yeah, but he did that to everybody.
But you were like the one that he was supposed to love and build up, and you were in the house with him every day. And
Yeah, but
so, the kids could get away because they've got their own lives now. They've left.
yeah, he's overshot.
Mhm.
Well, basically they do. Like I said, Chris has taken money. He broke in. He came in and took checks and, all that kind of stuff. I know Ella, when she was here, she came here and spent 2 weeks. They've allowed her to drop out of school. She goes to whatever, abbreviated school up in Maine. And the other grandmother couldn't keep her. And so she came and she said something about, well, I found one of Big Daddy's credit cards. It's on top of the refrigerator. Okay. I said, well, why don't you bring it? No, because he'll get mad. And like I said, she sent, when they were here last summer, she sent recordings of him. And they were absolutely, were scared of him. He would just get, belligerent
Mhm.
with him. And they'd come and stay at the house with us, So, yeah, Gary, Scott, and Chris all have very high strung,
Mhm.
for lack of a better word. But, I think, and Amanda, she was kind of the one, I guess she and I are a lot alike. And so he just kind of basically pushed her, away. And she said, why do they all hate us? I said, well, you're the only one who didn't steal from him. Emily, the one that came in from Franklin today, he'd given her $3,000 this month. And he did tell me that. And then, I saw the thing where they, where he put it in her checking account.
When you said you're already on her house?
Me and him and her are on her house.
So,
And, like I said, her husband's been in and out of jail for stealing.
it's so sad because he seems like a great guy. Seems like a nice guy.
He's
But,
gone hard.
Everybody's got their inner demons. So, like I said before, you kind of laid out a life of him bullying you, and I know you said he did it to everybody else, but you're in the house with him 24/7. You're there. He's kind of keeping you beaten down, and you can only take that for so
No,
long.
it wasn't, like I said, I live in a very nice house.
Mhm.
I have everything that I could possibly want. You know, the fur coat, everything. I mean, you know, I guess my biggest fear has been him, and I told him as he became more and more and more health problems, that I said, Gary, if something were to happen to you, what am I gonna do? I said, I'm begging you to change this, because if something happens to you, I am majorly screwed. You know, majorly screwed. I said, because nothing is in my name. And I know he had canceled life insurance policy back a while back, you know. And I said, I know where nothing is, you know, nothing. And when we bought the house, when Emily bought that house, they tried to keep it from me. And by Tennessee law, I had to be there for them to close on that house. And it was my stipulation that my name was put on that house, or I'm not going to sign for him to, you know, do the loan.
Right.
And Gary was very much in agreement for that, but it was between a rock and a hard place. I mean, we were down to the closing date of it.
Did that make him mad
That
that you did that?
It didn't seem to, because like I said, we were between a rock and a hard place, because she wanted to look at the house. And then we were talking about, they were supposed to have already closed on the house. And I guess this came up about everything that was on Chris's, they couldn't do the house with Chris's name on it. Chris couldn't be on the mortgage. Chris couldn't be on the insurance. Chris, because he has a felony against him. And not to mention the fact that he is in hock. I mean, he's paying over $500,000 in restitution for bad checks, for embezzlement, and all that.
Wow.
So, I mean, like I said, he was taken to jail on the day that they brought Libby home from the hospital. And I wound up staying 2 weeks up there, because he had to go back to court up there, because they got him on a fugitive warrant in Franklin. And then we're going to extradite him to Tuscaloosa. And I never knew what happened with that. I mean, she was, you know, I'm not gonna tell, you know. So, I mean, I thought it's just easier just to let it go. She's not gonna tell me the truth anyway. So, just let it go.
So I'm really hoping you can fill in some blanks.
Okay.
I laid out, you know, we found evidence that your husband was shot.
Right.
It happened on your property.
Right.
Possibly inside the house. And he's found burning in a fire in your backyard.
Right.
And the body is made of about 75, 80% water.
Right.
So there is evidence that the fire was tended to, that he just didn't fall in it and got in that condition. There's some experts on scene that have been to house fires and found people inside blazing hot house fires that weren't deteriorated as bad as him. So an outside brush fire that's only going to burn hot for a few hours is not going to do that much damage.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I was gone all afternoon yesterday. So I'd like to think that Scott wouldn't have come back. But like I said, I went home, and I didn't go down there. You know, I mean, I just go and look off the porch and see it. And that was it.
Mhm.
You know, didn't think anything about it. I mean, because he's done it several times. You know, it was just like, the woods are on fire. You know, I'm just hoping that they weren't. I know one time it got in the ground and it burned for a long time after it had gotten into the ground.
Mhm.
But like I said, I mean, today all three of us were all over, you know, that, walking around and doing and that kind of stuff. And we had even pitched wood and stuff back into it. You know, today it was like, there's a piece over here burning and there's a piece of, all three of us, you know.
But you were concerned about it.
Okay, y'all. So real talk. I'm just breaking in here real quick because I was gonna put it in the chat, but sometimes, you know, the stuff in the chat, I think it comes off wrong. Not to say I'm about to say anything like totally wrong. But y'all, my question to y'all, like, are y'all telling me that she got caught all because one rib didn't burn up all the way? And they saw the bullet Is that what happened? Like the one rib that had the bullet hole through it didn't get burnt up all the way? Because I'm sure they didn't find all the ribs. And I know they found the shell casing or the bullet, but I mean they use those grounds for bullets all the time. So that bullet could have came from everything. But are we saying because you really, Baca? God, that got to be the worst kind of luck. All right, yeah, that's messed up because she almost got away with it. What's up, Sid? Did she almost got away with it? We talk about from one rib. How many ribs did they find, Lynn? But no, what I'm saying is that if they would have found the bullet that they was shooting on those grounds all the time. They don't have no gun. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. So they saying they found a rib with the bullet in it. So what I'm saying is like, what if the rib would have burned to a crisp and it was no more rib, and all they had was that one little bullet? Could we then? I mean, like that bullet could go to anything. Like it could have just ended up in the burn pile from trash. Oh my gosh. No, well, it was something left of him, a damn rib and a dang on bullet. Dang. She needed that rib to be burnt first. Oh my goodness. Could you imagine what that smelled like? Because I heard burning bodies don't smell good. I heard they don't smell good at all and they have a distinctive smell. So my question is that if he was on fire for a couple of days, why didn't nobody smell him? Scott was gone for a couple of days, and why didn't the son that came up there, they didn't smell it when he came to drop off his daughter? Did he mention anything, Chris, when he dropped her off on the 4th, that he saw any smoke or anything? He seen his dad on the 4th, so no, that couldn't have happened, right? Because he saw his dad on the 3rd, right? I don't know if the expert was wrong. Dang. I don't. Have we heard from the expert already, Marjorie? I don't know, because this is my first time watching it. All right, I'm gonna put this back in there.
Fire because you didn't want it burning because it was so dry.
Right.
And you never saw him tending to it.
Yeah, I mean, he was down there, but he'd go and, I mean.
That you didn't see him after he started
No,
the fire.
But I
Tuesday
told
night.
him to, watch it and stuff now. But he was always bad about starting it and we would just leave. I know he started one, there's a big, like, electrical box that sits, in back. That's probably a couple of years ago or more. He started a fire up there. And Scott called me and he said, Daddy started a fire up here by the electrical box. I said, put it out. It's all I knew to do. I mean, he was just, and then like I said, then he started one at the house. And after
Right, and that's what you explained to me this morning and today, that you've been so concerned with him starting a fire. But again, you were concerned with him starting a fire. You never saw him tending to it at all after
No.
Tuesday night. You were leaving and going to the lake and stuff with it burning, and you were throwing more wood on it.
Well, Amanda and Scott and I did that today.
Okay,
We just
just
pitched it back up on, we just pitched it back in there. Because there was, like I said, it was laying all around the outside edges, of it. And we all, picked it up, pitched it back in there. I mean, even Scott, I said, Scott, are you sure that's not, oh no, that's human. I said, Scott, it doesn't look human to me. I think it, and he picked up the skull part of it. He said, no, can you, and I said, just, he was adamant that it was human.
Mhm.
And then he just took off and I said, where are you going? What are you you know, he's just like, "Whoa, whoa." And he got very upset with me. And I'm like, look, explain to me what this is. I don't even know what, you know. And I said, here, Scott, if you really think that that's what that is, we're calling 911. I'll do it. I said, you know. And he's like, no, I will call 911 and I will talk to them and I will, you know.
So your statement is you didn't do anything to harm
No,
Gary?
no.
And you don't know who did?
I did not know.
And you never saw anyone down there tending to that fire?
No.
Whether it be Gary or someone else,
No.
to keep it burning?
I mean, like I said, I mean, it basically kind of looked like, I mean, yeah, it was still, I mean, smoking really bad, you know, but I knew that it wasn't blazing, it wasn't doing anything. I mean, like today, when y'all were down there, I'm like, oh, it smells smoky. And they said, yeah, it's because they're putting charm in it or something. But there was a lot of dirt that had been through the time, you know, pushing it, you know, with it. And I do know that the tractor, because Scott said something about, he's got the tractor up there. And I never saw the tractor sitting up there at the house. But it wasn't unusual for Gary to bring a tractor up either, to push it up, you know, with the tractor.
When was the tractor up at the house?
Scott said that it was up there Wednesday morning. I think that's when he said.
So this morning?
Yeah.
Wednesday would have been 4?
Yes. Because he said something about he's got the tractor up there. But I never saw the tractor.
And apparently he's very anal about the tractor and having it parked under the shed?
Scott is.
Gary is?
Scott is.
What about Gary?
He wasn't as, he would leave it, well, he would leave it out a good bit. I mean, you know, he had, and I don't know whether it's stuck now to where that he is. Scott was fussing because he had parked it not underneath the shed, but he pulled it down to the where we keep like shavings and dump, you know, everything in. And Scott was like, well, he left the tractor out. I said, where did he leave it? He said, it's, you know, he said, it's down there and he's gotten it into the, like the mirror pile, you know, and compost and that kind of stuff. I said, did he get it stuck? Well, no. I said, well, don't. So what's the big deal about it? And I do know that it's been a while back, but Gary did take it down there and he got it stuck and we had to pull it out. And Scott had to hook his truck up to it and pull it out.
Mhm.
But Scott didn't like for the RTV to be up at the house. He would, you know, if I'd get it and bring it up to the house, then he'd just leave, you know, he couldn't get it. I'm like, where are you taking it to? Back over to the barn. It needs to be at the barn. But I mean, Scott will refer to our place as ours. And I was like, do you have a rat in your pocket? Because it's not ours.
I mean, what's your explanation for what happened?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's so much of it. I mean, like I said, Gary and I just didn't really see each other that much. Like I said, the only thing that I knew that yesterday morning was that there was a smell of cigarette smoke or smoke coming out of that. Because it was just my thought of smoking in that bathroom again. And I want to pass by it. But now, when we were looking for him today, that fan was off in that bathroom. Because but every one of us went through that, I mean, you know, went through every room. But he was bad about smoking in that electrical room. If you go down the hall to, you know, back, there's no windows and stuff. And he'd go in there and smoke, thinking he was hiding from everybody. But like I said, you know, but the fan was not on today.
You think one of your boys went down there?
So yeah, because we were all down there.
I mean, so you think today it got turned off?
Yeah. But I don't know that for sure either. But it was off today.
Well, I can tell you that fire's not been hot enough to do what it did to that body since Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Because you said yesterday it was just kind of smoldering and
Yeah,
smoking.
it was just kind of smoldering and smoking and, you know, that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
When I left, I mean, that's what it was doing.
What about the wallet? His wallet being found inside the car in the garage. I heard that was an uncommon place for it to be.
He would all the time check his wallet and that kind of stuff.
So it wasn't either in his pocket or on his dresser?
He would occasionally, like when he came in from work, he would a lot of times throw it up on the dresser. But on the weekends or his time off or anything like that, he would either leave it in the console or he would leave it on the bottom part of it. There's a thing at the bottom of his seat. And he'd put it in there.
And you said it earlier, and I know your son has said it, Scott, that he didn't go walk anywhere. He had that RTV with him.
He pretty much,
So it's been expressed to me that if he were down there with a fire, the RTV would be right there with him.
not necessarily, because see, his office was right there.
Okay.
Because I had the RTV out on the property for the horses
When you're trying to round them up.
when I was trying to round them up. Because I had taken it up to the front gate to go shut the front gate. To try to keep one of them corralled up. Because I had the RTV. But he had, he'd been on it earlier that day.
So we have a team of experienced and very professional investigators out on your property. We're going to be there now, especially that we're investigating a homicide. Is going to be, it could be days. And our job, our mission, our passion in life, most of us, is to solve crimes like these. They don't happen in Cherokee County that often. And we're going to dig and turn every stone and find all the evidence that we can find and try to determine who did this. In the end of it, I don't want you to be wrapped up in it. I'm not saying as the person who did it, but as a person who knew something and was trying to protect someone. People have the right to self-defense. Gary was a big guy. He had a temper. You're small. Your daughters are small. If Scott walked in on Gary and you arguing and thought you needed help and wanted to protect you, that's fine, but we need to know it. We need to work past it.
Well, and I don't know what night that was. Gary come in and had his whole collection of plates in the home theater, because that's where he go mainly, to watch TV. And then I walked in and there was Mountain Dew on the floor and there was, everything. I'm just like, oh. And when I came out, I whirled a plate, but Gary was at the barn, and it broke all over, and I just talked on the RTV and took off and went inside and I went to bed. I was just like, I'm done with both of you all. I'm going to bed. And Scott and Gary were out. Scott walked across the barn, like the dam, went up to the barn, and I heard him and Gary into it. But I guess he had, said, look, you've really done it now. But like I said, Gary wasn't even there when I whirled it. It's just like, really? Of course, then I was mad at myself for, I said, and I'm the one who got cut by, when I did it. And,
But let's talk about Tuesday night. You were home, your son came home, he saw the fire burning, you were upset about it. Did he come over and there was an argument with him and Gary?
I don't know.
Did you hear any gunshots that night?
No, but like I said, there's no gunshots, but like I said, there was tons of fireworks going off. So, neighbors were shooting and
Up until midnight?
it was late. Because I kept thinking, really, y'all, there's horses around here. My neighbors have horses. And, they went late.
But you don't know how late.
No, I have no idea. But I know, Scott was as upset that he started the fire as I was. I said, look, I told him he has to watch it. And I told Scott when he, I said, look, if you've been drinking, you don't need to be driving. No, I'm fine. I'm, whatever. And
So you're not protecting either of your sons that you know of?
No.
And we're not going to find any evidence to prove otherwise?
No.
Can you shed any light on any of this?
No. I would like to, I don't know. Like I said, Scott is very hot-tempered. And he and Gary, I had seen them get into the point that I was just like, okay, y'all, just take it down a notch,
I'd really like to believe that if Scott shot Gary on your property or inside your house, and then the body was disposed of in your fire pit, that you would probably know about it or find some evidence of it yourself, or help clean up, or
No, like I said, I wasn't there.
you were there.
Well, I was, but I left, and I just saw it smoldering. Didn't think anything, okay, it's not blazing, it's not whatever, we're good, Didn't think, that I kept thinking last night, why did Scott come in here and get so angry last night? But that's not all that unusual either, for him to just blow up, And then like today, he was very upset. He and Amanda kind of had words. And so I said, what is this about? She's like, he's just being Scott.
So you're saying he's been acting out of character over the past couple of days? Have you noticed a change in him?
No, not any worse than what he ever is. I know he got upset about the beach trip that they were gonna go on. Cause I said something to him about that. And, oh, really? I said, look, Scott, you live life of Riley here. I mean, you can't say about anything, you know? And I just kind of dismissed it as that because there's enough turmoil between my children anyway that, I'm just like, look, let's just, and then when Chris showed up today, I mean, he was just, and I thought, well, that's because the girls are here and here we go again, you know? And like I said, Chris was not, I told Chris, you cannot be at my house without me and your daddy here, or me and Scott. I mean, there's got to be more than just, you do not come to this house unless, you know, don't come here unless, you know, one of us is here. I know his ex-brother-in-law died in a skiing accident, and I came home and he was there. And, I mean, he had just, I mean, he got upstairs and gone through a closet and had torn it up looking for pictures. I said, Chris, they're not gonna be up there. Why are you doing that? And I said, but I'm looking for, I said, Chris, I told you not to come in this house until I was here.
So you think we need to look more into Chris?
They're still my children at the end of the day.
Which is why I offered to you, you know, the whole, I'm a father, I have a 6-year-old son. But we all have to know what's right and what's wrong. And we have a system in place to handle those situations. And I mean, I couldn't imagine it, but if my son messed up bad enough, you have to.
Well, I know back several years ago, I don't know how many years ago that's been, Chris was actually, he'd gone to Athens. That was when he was in college, so you know how many years ago that's been. And he got pulled over coming back from Athens, and they took him to jail. And I said, I told you, if you ever got a DUI, you could stay there. And I did. I left him. We went over, he was in Gwinnett County. And we went over there, and I told the deputy that night, I said, would you think Adam would believe me if I left him here? And he said, we think worse of you if you bailed him out. So Gary and I had gone that night, and we walked out and left him. But Gary went back the next day and bailed him out. And then Chris was in he and Jenna, his now wife, that's probably been 10 years ago. They were in a bad wreck, and she was actually airlifted to a hospital, and he was at North Fulton. And it was a drunk driving incident. And at the hospital, well, overnight, before I found out about it, and a friend of his called me and told me about it. And he wound up having to have hip surgery from it and that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
But like I said, it's probably been 10 years ago, maybe close to it, that he did that. And I mean, like I said, last summer was when Ellen and Eddie told me that they had found cocaine at his apartment. And I just attributed to the, his drinking, and I mean, he just drinks in excess.
But I understand what you're getting at with the DUI and leaving him in jail, but, you know, we're escalating a little bit here with
Well, yeah.
with what's happened. So, you know, there's a point of protecting them. And I mean, you know, you protect people to a certain point, but you start implicating yourself as well if something has happened. So that's not what we're after. So my sergeant's calling me again. No problem. Yes, sir.
multiple.
That's fine. Go stand up and stretch walk, please.
145.
I parted ways from there, and then I came.
You might need a break.
Starting at the 20105.
I apologize. We've got different supervisors in different places, and they all want the story and what we are doing so far. So they had a couple of follow-up questions, if you don't mind. We spoke of what you did on the 3rd and the 4th. So on the 3rd, 5:36, Chris brought Addison. What'd you do earlier that day? Were you at home all day?
Mhm.
Never left before Chris came over?
I honestly do not remember. I mean, I'm honest with you, I don't at this time. I don't think I did.
But you did, so you didn't go to any event or anything
No,
big? You would have been
No.
home most of the day, and then Chris
no,
brought.
because all my kids have been home for the weekend.
Mhm.
And me and Gary and Chad and Amanda and Chris and Emily and Olivia all went to Jay Christopher's and ate, and then they left. Everybody kind of parted ways and Scott and that.
Mhm.
Everybody kind of parted ways from there, and then I came home and started cleaning and doing and getting everything, and then Tuesday I spent trying to get everything ready because Bill and Addie were coming that day. And I kind of waited, thinking a little bit, because they usually, their typical other thing, they'll land and then, come on out to the house.
Mhm.
And, I mean, it had just been just getting stuff ready,
So then on the 4th, Scott came for the debit card at 6:30 in the morning. You ate some food, laid back in bed, got up at about 8:30, went to feed the goats. You were invited by Amanda to Lake Lanier. You left the house a little bit before noon to go there.
Yeah, I think that it was around noon, something like that. Like I said, I went,
You went to the Target Marketplace in Cumming.
Mhm.
How long do you think you stayed there?
well, I'm gonna run in and buy a chair, because she said, you're gonna have to bring a chair. There's no chairs. So I wasn't planning on stopping there.
So from the time you left your house around noon, it probably took you, we'll say an hour and 15 minutes since you had to stop at Target to get to the lake.
Well,
So-
probably longer than that, because there was a lot of traffic getting in. And then once I got there, I had to stand in line a good 45 minutes or longer.
Okay.
And in line to get in.
You left there at about 6.
Yeah, I think that was because I had talked to Chris and about getting Addison. I said, are you gonna bring her to the house? Are you gonna bring her here? What are you gonna do? And he said, well, I'll let you know. And we had discussed about, kind of, we'd all leave together at the same time, that kind of stuff. Because I think, and I remember Chad saying something about, well, it took us longer to get out of there than what we thought. And I think that it was around 6 that we left there. But I
Okay.
don't know that for sure.
Home around 7.
Well,
When
Amanda
you-
made the comment, she said, well, it took y'all an awful long time to get home, and in and that kind of stuff. And I said, well, I hadn't really thought about
Who
it.
made that comment?
Amanda.
So was Amanda there at the house, or she was?
No.
Just calling?
Yeah.
When you drove to the lake, you were by yourself?
Yeah.
When you drove home, you had Cameron with you. Cameron's 11. When you got there, Chris brought Addison over?
Chris brought Addison over.
Y'all went to the barn to feed? The girls went with you, or you went out there by yourself?
Well, I had gone to the barn by myself because Cameron was getting her stuff in. So I went to the barn,
Mhm.
but then Chris pulled in pretty much immediately after I got to the barn. So I went back to the house, to get her, and because I was gonna talk to him and see kind of what the game plan was, what, that kind of stuff.
And then
And I
you
went back to the barn.
got the girls in the shower. You got in the bed about 8:30 and they stayed up a little while longer.
Yeah.
When you went to the lake, do you remember which route you took?
I went down whatever road that is that go out and go, not across Buford Dam, I went the other way.
I don't have a clue.
Oh. Well, you can either go in this end of Marketplace Boulevard or that end of Marketplace Boulevard. So I went on this end, like where Steak and Shake and all that kind of stuff is.
So when you left your house, you went down.
I went out well, I just followed, the GPS. Kind of went down the back way, hit Marketplace Boulevard, and then went right on Marketplace Boulevard and then went that other direction.
Did you use GPS on your phone or
No, because I didn't know how to, I used it on the vehicle.
in the car that's there?
Yeah. But then coming back, I just hit return to home, and it brought me back across Buford Dam. I said, well, that's a whole lot quicker than going the other way.
Mm. All right, and you're still maintaining you don't know.
I don't know.
We don't have any enemies.
No.
Nobody wanted to hurt him.
Not that I know of.
Was there any reason to target your property and him?
I wouldn't think so. No.
Are you currently in an affair with anyone?
No.
Is anyone pursuing you?
No.
There's no jealous boyfriends?
No.
The last affair you had was 10 years ago with
And it was, it was not a sexual affair. If that's what you want to call it. It was simply,
more of an emotional?
we were all just friends. Like his sister was there too. And Gary got very upset about that, But no, there was never any, nothing like that.
You have any questions?
I don't think so.
I'm going to bring Scott in here.
Okay.
I'm going to disclose to him about the projectile we found. When you walk by, if you would mind not telling him, obviously if you want to tell Amanda and Chad, is that her fiance out there, while y'all are out there sitting, that's fine. But I would like to speak with your son and tell him and get his reaction and see what information he can offer me.
Can you tell me what the text is that came across on my phone?
Jackie said she is going to bed. Are you going to be okay tonight? I'm worried about you.
She's lives on my road.
Okay. All right. Yep. That is all I believe I have for you at this time. Where do you plan on going this evening?
I don't. I've got my dogs, so I don't.
You have the dogs with you?
Yeah, they're out there in the car.
In the car, running, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Jackie said I was welcome to come in there. Amanda wanted me to go with her, but I can't. There's nowhere to put dogs. If neither one of us, Scott's got a dog that's upstairs in the barn.
So I'm just trying to figure out how I can get a hold of you tomorrow, because I'm going to have your phone.
You can get with Amanda on hers.
She'll be with Amanda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Depends on what I'm gonna do with the dog stuff. We can't take it. I don't know, because Jackie had said we were welcome to come and stay at my house.
Okay. Was there anybody else that you left out that was at your house in these past few days, other than the family? Any workers or friends, or I know you said he didn't have any friends.
No, I was trying to say, I don't think that we had anybody there working at the house. No. Not that I know of. Some of Scott's friends have been there. But I don't remember when that was that they were there. Ted was there, a friend of his was there, came for a very short time.
A friend of
Scott. On Saturday. And he didn't stay long. He was supposed to have stayed there for dinner, and his mom was actually gonna come for dinner too. And Scott, there was an incident with a snake that supposedly Scott and Chris scared him with a snake, and he got mad and left. And hence, his mom didn't come either for dinner that night. But like I said, everybody was at the house this weekend, Chris and Jenna and Ellen and Eddie were not in town yet. And Amanda and Chris and Olivia, Chad, and all the kids were there.
I think so. There's
I was
2
cleaning my
minutes
screen, and
left.
I'm like, I didn't clean that screen.
Amanda and Chris and Olivia, Chad, and all the kids were there.
All right, anything else or any other names or? All right, I'll walk you out and we'll bring Scott in.
I guess I need to get Jackie's number too.
Put it out on my head, I'll put it, there you go.
Jackie. Nine six nine six.
We'll cut it off real quick. So what I'm trying to do is get to the, where's the menu where you do all the Wi-Fi and all that?
Gosh.
There it is. I'm gonna hit that button right there. Just hold that down again. All right, I'll walk you out here.
All right, we'll break for till 3:30. If you want to take a group outside for a smoke break so they can stretch their legs, even if they're not smoking, that'd be fine.
Sometime that morning to someone, I don't remember to who, and I was told she wanted to speak, she had thought of some more things, and we had more questions for her, so I got in touch with her and we set it up.
So after you interviewed Scott, after the second interview with Melody, you talked to Scott, and then you went back to the scene and continued the investigation on site
Correct.
at
And
the crime scene.
correct. And I believe I went home and got a few hours sleep.
Okay.
Came back in.
And then the next morning, you picked up with another interview with Melody Farris.
Correct.
Okay. And who was, if anyone, was in that interview with you?
At some point, Detective Kuykendall came in with me.
Where was that interview?
It's at 3 Home Precinct again in the same room, in the community room
And that's located in Cherokee County.
in Cherokee County.
In the same room, you said?
Yes.
Okay. You and Detective Kuykendall, and at any point in that interview, was Melody under arrest?
No.
Did you brandish your firearm?
No.
Did you threaten any injury to her?
I did not.
Did you promise her anything?
I did not.
At this time, state will move to tender phase 3.
Okay.
All right, submitted.
Publish phase 3.
I know they said that you had more things you wanted to tell me. or
Yeah,
stuff
I
you
mean,
had-
went down, was not home, it's like some minutes, so you laid everything.
Right.
And then Amanda called me first thing this morning. First of all, of course, I talked to a couple of the attorneys at Farris law firm,
Mhm.
and they're actually having someone call Amanda that kind of advise us to how to handle things.
Mhm.
One of them being that Emily, the one that got in her fight yesterday, was immediately wanting to get her hands on finance. Which we found very odd. Given the fact that her husband has been in quite a bit of trouble with embezzlement and writing bad checks and all that kind of stuff. We do know that Gary gave them or transferred funds $2,100 on one draft, and then $900 on another draft, within days of each other, so within hours, I think, counting each other.
And you told me about that, this $3,000 that he's given her.
Yes,
this week?
just in the last, several days. I don't have an exact time on it. And she found it very odd that they would get their hands on money. And she's like, no. And so I called Eric, who is one of the partners at the farm here, and I have not been able to get with Lisa Dustin, the managing partners in the farm here, and to basically stop him from getting to Gary's office or getting hold of anything. Also, the other thing of it is Chris, the oldest one that was there. Of course, he's the one that's been taking money for quite some time, and he was not wanting anybody, a third party, to get involved with funds. He doesn't want anybody else tampering with it. He doesn't want anybody else, getting it, which I found very odd. Because I told him yesterday, he got to the house, as he said, to pick up my daughter, because a man called him and asked if he would talk to Daddy, see Daddy, whatever. And his response was, I'm coming to get my daughter. Okay, so it was important. I'm coming to get my daughter. She's like, look, it's a simple question, doesn't matter. So when he got there, of course, we also, and it's a look for this, we need to know that we talk to Daddy, see if whatever. You would never give me a direct ever. And then before we ever discovered anything, he was going to get us some movies. I'm going to go shit this thing. I said, before what? There's nothing. We're just looking for your dad. I said, his travel, what we call travel CPAP was gone. And at that time, we hadn't found his wallet. And, well, I'm leaving here. I'm taking my daughter. And I'm like, no, you're not leaving. So then, even after you all got there, whatever, I mean, he was supposed to cut 4 weeks late. I said, no, you're not leaving. You're not leaving. I'm sorry, but you're in this way long. Well, then he did, and he left. And I tried to get up with his wife to see where he went to, and she didn't answer her phone. But then he called, then she did call me back. And she said, oh, he's here, he's got in the shower, we're fixing dinner. I was like, what? Why? And Amanda said, Amanda very odd, he did not say what he said. He did not say anything, anything. It's just like, nothing had really happened. I don't know, maybe it's just like, I'm not saying he did it, I'm not saying he whatever. I don't know. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Tommy, whatever his name is this morning.
Captain Penney?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only Tommy out there, Tommy Penney.
He and I walked over to the barn. Scott was already over there at the barn. There's another detective over there, and I walked over. Simple question, guys. And they can go to the history of all of this. He's moving the horse and water. He jumped on me like he doesn't want you to. And Tommy said, whoa, you do not disrespect your mother like that. I'm sorry, you would not do that to me. So we turned around and just walked out. I said, thank you. He said, well, he has major anger issues. And that's how I said, that's nothing compared to what he did. And then I had talked to, she said, do you think Crystal Scott is capable of doing this? Or she seems to think maybe that, she said, or Chris Penny, look what all he's done so far. Could he have arranged it? Could he have anything? I said, man, I can't imagine. I don't think this, I don't know. I said, I can't walk in there and tell them that I suspect one of my children. But yet I can't come for me. I don't know. I don't know what's true.
It's all over the false.
I mean, everything went through my head from the time we left here. It's like, okay. And Jackie and I sat there and talked last night, and I said, Brady, I just need to say it out loud, just to hear it. Am I thinking you're bad, logically, am I thinking whatever? I said, even Scott, when we had been everywhere out there, looking for it, cell phone looking for it, wallet looking for anything that would, and looking for cigarette butts where he's going with them, anything that would clue us into, did he walk off, did he fall, did he whatever, did he, anything. And then Scott he walked up and he actually picked up the phone and turned it himself. And I said, what is, I couldn't tell what it was. And I said, did you all throw a go-go here or something? And no, this is human. I've seen 100 of these over in Iraq. And then he just ran. And stop, Scott, what? And I immediately started screaming for Amanda, and she was talking where she was off, looking, and then I'm gonna call her, she didn't answer. And I said, Scott walked away from us when he called 911. And then when the first people that got there, Scott went to the street and met them. And the police were just like, what kind of man? I said, Scott, I've been here twice. And when I got kicked, and they came when your daddy called for us. They come, they know where to come, they come straight down here. He refused. He stopped her. Straight. He talked to him. And Amanda was standing there thinking, Milton, why is he not letting him come? Well, see, she had not, I don't think she went back and saw anything. But I don't know what she saw or what she did, I don't know. It all just, I don't know.
What has she said this morning?
Well, she called me about the wanting immediate access to take over the money.
She,
So they always wanted immediate access to the money. She wanted to go down to the law firm and get everything wrapped up and she has control.
where are they this morning?
Motel something. Which one did they went to? I didn't get to talk to her.
They haven't contacted you or any of the families?
I think Amanda has talked to her, well, I know she did this morning when Emily was wanting to get immediate access to the money. I think we need to go down to Deb's office and get in there immediately. She knows it's what keeps doing. So I called Gary Dorn, which is one of the partners, and they stopped her.
Can you give me his area what?
They're like,
How do you spell it?
DRLECHER, I think.
You said it's a pretty big law firm, right? Is he one of the top? Okay, so he'd be someone who's in charge of the office that could.
Yeah, or he could get you to the person.
Anybody else there that you can be in contact with?
Oh, no, just a secretary. No, just a secretary, but I talked to Eric today.
Can you give me the name of the law firm? Bird Foreman. And that's down in, you said Atlantic Station? So he maintains an office there, and you think that's where he keeps all his financial paperwork and everything, as opposed to the office in the house?
There's a little paperwork every time to the house. He does everything online.
What's Emily's husband's name?
Chris. Christopher. Todd, P-O-D-D.
Do you happen to know his date of birth? It's okay.
I know he's born in 78. He was born in the year that he turned 40 this year.
Mhm.
I want to say it's July the 27th, but I don't know that.
I can find out. What's Amanda's husband's name?
She's not here.
I'm sorry, fiance.
Chad, C-H-A-D.
B-R-U-C-E. Do you happen to know his date of birth or anything else about him? Amanda's out there, she'll be able to give it to me. Is there anything else?
I should have put one down last night. Things that we found out. Yeah, the minute this morning was just like, what are we gonna do? This is, well, I had always not here. This is something happened to Gary that Chris and Scott and Emily would immediately start, especially Chris would start drawing blanks.
So you said Emily, did Emily contact the law firm yet, or she just told Amanda?
She told Amanda, so I don't know if she's got it. like I said, Emily's house. I don't know.
What about Chris? Have y'all heard anything from
My Chris.
him this morning?
Oh, yeah. And Amanda talked to him on the way here, but I didn't hear, that was, I think that was the conversation she had with him that look, here, it's gonna handle it. So she told me, she said, look, we're on our way into the person now.
Is he talking about coming today or? And you had mentioned that he didn't show any emotion really. Is that him? Is that just him? Or
People outside of everything is a big ordeal. The only thing I found odd was that he voiced to me.
and he left and came back.
He came back and took him out there. But then he and Emily, Miss Payne, all walked out.
And Chris wasn't there very long when he came back, was he?
My Chris,
Did you find that strange that he was there and he left?
he's very uncomfortable being around me ever since the incident last summer. Like I said, I forbid him from being in my house without me being there. First thing that is we have 27 door in my house. I mean, he can get in. He's got the thing to the keypad, get in. So as much as I try to keep him, I know he floats in and out because there's been times that I come in and they're like going, this is in here. But, I mean, I know there's a safe in Gary's closet in the master bedroom, and Gary had checks and I don't know what all was in there. And all of a sudden one day we just couldn't get it up anymore, and we've never been able to get it up. We really had tried, but Gary's just well. So I have no idea, and that's been not long after we moved in there. But Gary would keep checks in there because he knew that Chris would come in and take them. So then he just bypassed that. I somehow or other getting the routing numbers and the checking account numbers and that kind of stuff. He just has everything to download. And then we started to share freedoms and to, he's got a $300 something cable bill every month. He's got over $300 cell phone bill. I don't know if that's just his or it's him and his two girls. And then his airline tickets out again. There's his honeymoon with his. He got Gary to pay for Jenna's ring. I promise I'll pay that. So I mean, it's just, and I kept, every time I was around him, I'm like, look, you've got to stop taking money. I'm begging you to stop taking money. You've got to. I don't know what you're talking about. I know, Chris. Your daddy tells me what you're taking.
But Gary never did anything to
He would blow him out an email or text message, stop stealing money from me, But then Gary's very non-confrontational. Yeah, he'll blow into a room and blast out something, but then he blows. He's just, like I said, he didn't like people, he didn't like to talk to people, he didn't like it. Of course, Chris makes sure that when he's around, I said, look, come out and help work to pay back some of this money. Oh, I've got this, I've got that, I've got to do, and they'll never show up. Or, oh yeah, I'll be there, and never show up. It's like Gary Tuesday. Chris told somebody yesterday that I overheard him that his daddy had been trying to get up with him that day. And he said, and I know he did, he showed up with us. But when he finally did come, and like I said, I didn't realize he was there. And I finally looked out, and when I walked out, they stopped talking. And it was just, that was it.
And that was Tuesday afternoon.
That was Tuesday. So I figured, don't know, but he was on him about the beach trip that he booked. Because Gary talked to me about, us going with them. And I said, Gary, if we go, it's condoning him taking that money. Or him booking a beach trip, another beach trip. Maybe he did one 2 summers ago. We have a daughter getting married, for $30,000. That's the last thing I need to do, pay for a beach trip. He's like, well, stay right at the Dollar Short now, what am I gonna do? Chris's ex-wife, she took a credit card when they were married at the time and went wrapped up $1,000. And at that time, I had a card in my name, and I went to, it was Wells Fargo or Southwest then. And they basically wouldn't let me do it about it because she was my daughter-in-law. But they were, at that time, she come to live with me. That was in September of 2007. And he stayed in Maine and sold a condo and that kind of stuff. And she came, my brother got sick. Had to have unexpected open surgery. I was in North Alabama. I had left it for Amanda to use. She took it from Amanda and went right to just about within a couple of weeks time.
The lieutenant has asked me to step out real quick. You can feel free to continue talking.
So then we're one step off George.
And ma'am, I know we've talked very briefly a couple of times. And just so you know, I am sincerely sorry for you and your family's loss.
I don't know what to think. I mean, this is beyond comprehension. I mean, did he play with fire all the time? Yes. I could wrap my head around that. You know, I could. This I can't. I cannot wrap my head around it.
It's because he did definitely make fires.
Oh, yeah.
He made big fires and he didn't tend to do them terribly well.
Yeah. And then, like I said, he set my house on fire.
How long? I'd heard that. How long ago was that?
It was the end of August 2 years ago. We're trying to figure out when I got married in July.
Okay. Did he just have it too close to the house?
It was in his office.
How was he burning it in his office?
The whole house system went off, and I was upstairs, and all the lights started flashing. So like, you know, everything buzzing and doing it. So I immediately started looking, you know, for it. And I called Scott. He was at the barn. I mean, I was minutes from leaving with a friend, and I called him. Scott started coming out of his office door. He took the RTB and circled the house, and he pulled down to his office door. We immediately started pulling hoses. I dialed 911. We got, and fire department came. You know, we got the garbage can out. Thought we had it. I mean, it was the garbage can.
Thought it was contained.
We thought it was contained. You know. Well, then all of a sudden, everything started going off again. It got into we didn't realize it had gotten into the wall and started going up the wall and down the rafters, you know, in between two floors. And of course, Scott, you know, was putting water on it, and then the fire department got there and they started knocking things in the stairs and started knocking holes in the walls, you know, to get it down below. But it got, I guess the really expensive thing was it got into the whole house smart system thing. Of course, all the electronics. In the
Went
theater.
kaput. Did y'all ever try to get that fixed or anything, or
Oh,
just
yeah.
it was just too much damage to fix it?
Well, it got into the wiring, and it, like in the basement, there is a thing in the ceiling, like a grate right there, and they had to cut into those wires. Because that's where it got to, and they thought they had it fixed, and it's never worked right since. So it just got put on, you know. At that point in time, I mean, there's no telling how much insurance you paid at that time. You know, tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah, it's significant when you have fire damage and water damage or anything
And
like
then
that.
at what point in time do you just stop?
Yeah.
You know, I turn the light switch on. I do that. I mean,
So, what kind of like when he would make the fires, how would he deal with them? Like, would he just like light it on fire and step back and watch? Would he keep throwing stuff on them?
oh, you just get so much stuff on. I mean,
Did he just kind of walk around and piddle around? Because like when I make a fire, I just kind of make it and I just kind of walk around and grab stuff and throw it on it, things like that.
Yeah, but this was paper. I mean, it was way taller than you. I mean, it was a massive burn pile, and it had like fencing, so we had that creosote stuff on it. There was poles and stuff that he gathered up. That was his barn. There was when we did the fire pit area down at the bottom, we had a mini excavator there at the house, and so Scott pulled a bunch of tree stumps where we just all that land was cleared.
How long ago did y'all clear it?
Right after we first moved in. But some of the trees.
3 years ago?
5 years.
Oh, 5. Okay.
Some of the trees were just cut even with the ground and just left. So Scott pulled up some stumps, but they were on like the backside of what I consider the backside of the house over there. And he had pulled those up. So those were on there. I mean, you know, big, you know, with all that. I mean, there was months worth of just stuff they got thrown up there. I mean,
When was the last time you had a fire before this one?
I have no idea. It's been a long. I mean, months.
Okay.
So, I mean, we got large amounts of, you know.
So I'll have to share some information. When I'm very much almost a practical person. He was not, especially with fires. It sounds like I am. I look at the practicality of things. I apply common sense.
Right.
I'm a people person. I talk to people. That's what I do. And human behavior tends to follow certain, trends, if you will. And some things make sense and don't make sense sometimes. Things like that, that's what I do. So I was hoping to just kind of walk through a little bit more on, after I know Chris came over, brought Addison. Do y'all call her Addie or Addison? She doesn't shorten it or anything?
She does, but she doesn't like it.
Understandable. I have a cousin that's the same way. So when they came over, about what time was that?
I honestly don't know. I mean, especially at this point, I'm thinking 5-ish, but I don't know. The only thing that
when they
thought
left,
about that was,
when they left, did anybody else come over?
I don't think so.
Did you see anyone? Did you hear a car?
I don't know.
Did you
I
hear a
do not
noise?
remember.
Because here's the thing. You were at home.
Right.
You were the only person that was at home with your husband. Right. There is evidence we have found in the house that indicates that you would have heard something. There's almost no way in the world that you wouldn't have. And I'm not accusing you of doing anything, but hearing something is, please don't misunderstand.
Okay.
So
Well, let me explain to you this.
so
See, we had 2 horses, well, actually 3 horses that got out that night.
yeah, I
So,
talked to Scott about that.
I had got Rebel in, the older horse, put him in the pasture, like the pasture of the barn, and put him up. And then I came back in to check on the dogs and whatever. I didn't realize that I had 2 Chester and Bluebell, 2 horses out. I tapped the RTV, took it up to the front entrance, locked the gate, but one of them was out on the road. I mean, so I got that gate locked. I went back and got a lead rope.
What time was all of this?
It was dark when I was.
Was it
coming in.
before you had talked to Scott about the fire?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I didn't talk to him about the fire until, well, he called me or I called him one, I don't know, when he was coming in the property. And so
He saw the fire.
Yeah, he saw the fire. Yeah.
And you were still awake.
Yeah. 'Cause I mean,
Where were you when you got that phone call?
in my kitchen, because I could see him pulling the door.
Okay. And you knew the fire was still going out back.
Yeah.
And you probably have the same concern that I do. If there's a fire still burning out, you're going to go peek at it every so
Yeah.
often.
But I had seen it by that time, and it was,
How many times did you go and check on it? I'm not saying go down to it. I'm saying go and look at it, because you're probably like me, because your house has been caught on fire. Mine hasn't, but I'm still paranoid. And I go and I look at a fire, even if it's just coals and cinders, I still go and make sure one's not sparked off somewhere.
honestly, I don't know. I mean, of course, I was out.
But you would say you went and looked at it at least a few times for sure.
Well, but I was out on the property,
Out and about.
out and about. I
For
mean,
about how long?
it took me a good while to catch Bluebell, Page's mare.
Mhm.
And it took me a good while to get her caught up. And of course, after I got kicked, I'm very careful about, being around her and that kind of stuff. So I wasn't one for just, okay, let's be careful with this because you're out and nobody knows you're out here.
Of course.
You know?
You got animals and you got,
I've got
it's
animals,
just,
I've got-
of course.
Yeah. And
So,
then I've got,
but you got all of them put up before 11:30,
yes.
because that's when you talked to Scott.
That's my, yeah, I think I talked to Scott.
And how many times, I mean, I'm sure you checked on the fire a few times.
I mean.
It's right outside your bedroom.
Right,
I mean,
it
it's
is.
right outside the
I mean, and
patio.
all I did was just open that door and saw that the woods were not on fire. That's all I did.
Open which door?
The bedroom door, the one that goes outside.
Your bedroom, the one that goes around on the little patio right there, because you can see the fire perfectly well.
Right. So
Did you
all
see
I
any-
did was just open the,
Did you ever notice the fire going out?
No.
And then catching back up on
well,
fire?
I mean, it maintained just a burn. But, it maintained a flame, kind of like it did when Scott pulled in. Is all. And that would, I mean, I talked to him. I tried to get up.
Did
with
you
him.
talk to anybody else that night other than Scott? After Chris left, did you talk to anybody else?
I don't.
And I'm going to ask you something. It's a very direct question, and I apologize in advance for asking it. But when I say that we do an exceedingly thorough investigation, I'm really not in any way, shape, or form exaggerating. And we look at anything, everything. So I'm going to ask a question. And I apologize in advance for asking it, but given the nature of the circumstance,
Right.
I think you'll realize I have no choice but to ask it. You and your husband do not have the best relationship. I understand all of
Right.
these. Y'all were not very close. Y'all haven't slept in the same bedroom for a while. He's got a CPAP machine. Practicalities. I know he was sleeping in bed and rolled over and he would kind of flail a little bit. A boyfriend. any boyfriend at all? When was the last time you had one?
I won't call him a boyfriend, but it was my sister-in-law's boyfriend at the time.
Mhm.
But we were all
How long ago? Ted?
That's been 2 years.
Ted?
Yeah.
Wiley? Is that his last name? Where does he live? Florence?
Oh, no.
When was the last time you saw him or talked to him?
He called about my mother-in-law.
How long was that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I mean, he's been both in the family for 20 years, you know. And one day she's in memory care.
When was the last time you had any sort of a relationship with him?
Years. Yeah, 10 years ago.
And
But it was not physical.
so when was the last time you had a physical relationship with somebody? Your husband or anyone?
Oh, Gary?
Mhm.
So that's 4 years ago.
Okay. So when was the last time you had a sexual interaction with anyone else? Okay. When we test the DNA on the diaphragms you found in your purse, whose DNA is going to be on it?
Diaphragm?
That's what I was told was found in there.
There was no diaphragm in my purse. No,
What are
it
the
was-
circular discs? About that big, round, one open, one closed, in your purse.
Well, they're not used for diaphragm. It's used for menstrual cycle.
And you have the doctor's prescription, somebody that we can go talk to. I'm assuming those are
Oh, you can
prescribed,
go to the counter.
and somebody will use them for that.
Yeah.
And so there will not be anyone else's DNA on them at all. And I mean, I'm sorry for, I apologize. Like I said, I'm apologizing in
Now, I
advance
will
for
tell
asking these.
you that there
but-
is a diaphragm in my truck, in the very back of it, and it belongs to a friend of mine, and she asked me to keep it for her.
Is it, okay, we are going to test it for DNA.
Okay.
Is it going to have your DNA on it?
I mean, I've touched it.
What's the
but
friend?
Sherry Cooper.
Sherry Cooper. I'll just jot that down. So it said Sherry.
She was going through a divorce at the time. And
How long have you had it?
Oh.
She the same one that moved away a year ago? The huge phone you had?
Well,
Or is that a different Sherry?
no,
Sherry- Same one? Okay. Where's Sherry live now?
I don't know where she is.
Why are you holding on for a diaphragm for?
It got stuck in the back. I mean, she had asked me to keep that. She asked me to keep some plaques that she had, some cards.
Because we can tell what's like DNA from your hand and what's like would be
Right.
vaginal DNA or, you know.
Yeah, that's hers.
Well, I mean, there's signatures that we could tell that would make it different. And so that would,
That's hers.
why do you have it and why did you still have it?
Well,
And how long ago did you get it?
oh, I've had it a while. Let's see, Emily got married 2 years ago. And she was going through her divorce then. And she did, she had a boyfriend. And I kept several plaques that she had made.
And these are in the back of your SUV.
No, all that I still have left is that and maybe some cards, but I have no idea. This boyfriend had given her.
So what was her boyfriend saying? Is her phone number still on your phone that we could call her? So that diaphragm is hers, and the ones in your purse, we're not going to find any male DNA on any way, shape, or
No,
form.
I mean, they're used for menstrual cycle.
And you have not had a sexual relationship with anybody in 4 years. We're not going to find any evidence of it. When we test your bed sheets, we're not going to find any male DNA in any way, shape, or form. When we test your vehicle, when we swap the seats, when we swap the back seat, has any male ever been in your car
I guess.
other than them? That's easy to
I
eliminate.
mean, period.
What about Roy? Last name against Bart?
Martin.
Who's Roy?
Well, Roy is my cousin's dead husband.
How long ago did he pass away? Why do you still have his credit card in your purse?
Martha Jane had given me just to have as a.
Keep in mind,
Right.
all I saw was a credit card with the name on it. I have no idea who Roy is.
Yeah.
It's just odd, obviously, not the same last
Well, she
name.
had given me that quite some time ago. I had been taking care of her. She had her surgery back, well, 4 years ago, I guess. 3, 4 years ago. And so it just got, I didn't realize I still had it.
Okay, so you're not using it. So when we look at the financial records, it hasn't been used in over 4 years.
No. I mean,
And it's going to come back to somebody that's deceased.
Right.
And whose husband is that?
My cousin,
Cousin, what's her name?
Martha Barton.
Martha Barton. Roy is her husband. Did he pass away of cancer, heart disease? Or... So that's a tough one. So that's a hard thing. How old was he?
80-something.
I'm so sorry.
But, yeah, I mean, that's when, during that time, she had given me a credit card to use for, just to have for medicine and that kind of stuff. I mean, like I said, she had more surgery in the hospital.
Mhm.
And, I was, up there taking care of her. Her husband had a stroke at the time. He was in assisted living, and not assisted living, but a nursing home rehab facility. And so I had, that's when I was given cards of hers.
Okay.
All that.
And you just had it ever, you just forgot it was in there.
Yeah, I mean,
And I keep hearing about it, the cell phone.
the only stuff I have is that.
What about the other one you had?
It was the one that Sherry Cooper had. She had 2 phones, and that was when Gary was, cutting off phones and.
So you were using it how long ago?
Oh, that was when she took me to go see an attorney about Gary cutting off credit cards and doing that kind of stuff. And she said, "Look, your name's not on anything. I'm going through a divorce. I know how bad it's going to be."
Okay, so did it have a number associated with it? So she gave you a phone that you could use.
Yeah, I had no idea what that was.
Did it only have one number?
As far as I know, but it's
Did she pay for it or did you pay for it?
No, it's just a straight talk card. I mean, I just bought a card at Walmart. She loaded it, and we just loaded it on.
Okay, so if we got back in touch with her, we could figure out what phone number is, right? And you're saying that there would be no call activity associated with you or your residence or anything in a year?
I mean, I used it for a while.
But that was a year ago.
Attorney that I went and talked to said, "Look, you need, especially to talk to him or any of that kind of stuff, to use that so that Gary can trace it."
Okay. Did you talk to, and that's reasonable that we can backtrack all of that because they keep records for like 2 or 3 years. It's ridiculous. So do you have any idea what the number is? Would you use it to talk to your children? Because obviously your phone was cut off. You see how that seems strange to me.
Well, I mean, he would turn it off.
Okay, so
but
he
then
would
immediately turn it back on.
But
and it was
to the point where you got a phone and you used the phone. So if you didn't talk to your kids, who'd you talk to?
well, I mean, it would be, get up with Sherry. I mean, because I was at home. I mean, he would only turn it off for a very short period of time. It would be like a day. Okay, Gary, turn the phone back on.
People saw that phone, you using it for a while.
I don't know what they're talking about. Having a separate phone.
That's exactly, I mean, that's the one. It sounds like what it looked like. What kind of case was it in?
It's just, I mean, kind of like the one that you're carrying.
What color was it? Okay, tell me about the gray one with blue trim.
The what?
Gray phone, the blue, like blue surrounding.
I don't know about that.
And they said they saw you with it.
And
within the past
they asked you about it, and you said it was Sherry's a while back, but then they kept seeing you with it. And obviously Sherry moved away, so that's. I mean, if she gave you a phone to use, and this is what I'm getting at.
No, I mean, it's a long
Given
time.
that, and that's what I'm just gonna be realistic. If you had a phone and you used it to talk to a boyfriend or talk to friends or do something without Gary knowing, obviously, given the status of your relationship, that makes sense to me. You still have straight talk cards in your top drawer.
Yeah, well.
That's what I'm saying. This all makes sense that you just have a phone that you don't want Gary to know about. I'm actually cool with that. I can actually understand why you would have it.
Okay.
But lying about it seems a little,
My mother is in a nursing home.
Yes.
She has a straight talk card because Gary was doing her phone, and then he cut it off.
Okay.
So I got tired of the whole thing of him doing that.
Are they all on the same plan, or do you have separate plans for everybody's phones?
I think Amanda is still on his plan,
Okay.
but I don't know that for sure.
Okay, so tell me about the straight talk cards.
So anyway, they are from my mother's phone, so I can just log in.
When did you purchase them? Did you purchase?
In the last few days, just so that I.
What's the number?
I don't know.
Okay. So
It's gonna come up. It's an Alabama number.
and it's an Alabama number. It's your mom's phone number, right?
Yeah, it's my mom's phone. It's
Okay.
Rogersville, Alabama number, and it's probably written on that piece of paper.
What's your mom's name?
Hey.
K-A-Y. So when I think you kind of see there's a lot of things that point to, and it makes sense to me that you would, because you're how old? I don't want to guess an age. You have a life. Your life is now separate from your husband. It has been for like 10 to 15 years. When that happens, people see companionship. That's actually normal, especially when given the nature of your and your husband's relationship. You did not love your husband anymore.
I do.
You said you wish he had a heart attack and died, and you couldn't wait to
What?
get rid of him. What would you tell your kids when you were upset?
No, I never told my children that. Never. Never.
Never once.
Never.
Any of them.
Never.
So in separate interviews, that's just something that is an
Never.
oddity.
Never.
That you couldn't wait to be rid of them, to have your life back, to have control of your finances back.
No.
Did he
No.
pay you an allowance?
No.
How did it work? 'Cause I know you have a debit card with a
Debit
number.
card and a credit card.
Is that attached to the main bank account or a different one?
Oh, there's a Bank of America card,
Mhm.
and that's a credit card, and then the Wells Fargo card is his main account. Now Scott has one that's a farm account.
Okay. So the one you have, is that attached to the main one, or does he put money in it specifically?
It's his main one, because that's what his checklist.
Because I've heard that he tries to control your spending a lot, and he's a little controlling in that regard.
He's controlling.
I mean, nobody's saying that he's a complete saint when it comes to y'all's relationship. So
No.
please don't misunderstand this,
No.
this conversation.
I mean, you can look at my house. I've got any and everything I want. My house is furnished the way I want it. He was controlled. Like I could go. Scott and I went one day and we spent $300 and whatever dollars at Lowe's. He was fine with that. But did you question the $38 charge for Kroger? You're like, why? Why are you? There was no rhyme or reason. No question.
Okay. And with all all of that, with how your relationship is gone, y'all had it.
We just figured out how.
You're telling me in 10 years, other than Ted, many years ago, you haven't talked to in a while. There's nobody that you have had any sort of remote relationship with in any way, shape, or
We
form.
moved to this house.
Because what I don't want to have happen is you tell me no, and then I go and I find all these numbers and I find a boyfriend. Because that is going to be concerning to me, and I think you can see why it only makes sense. And I can actually see every woman's reason for not doing that, especially given the circumstances, and especially given how they probably they're not thrilled about it, but at the same time, it's human existence. You only have one life to live, and you want to feel that closeness. You want to feel that companionship.
I mean, when he was in the hospital, a few months ago.
But it makes sense to me that you would seek companionship, even emotional. I'm not even saying necessarily physical, but you would talk to
Do you
somebody.
understand that even me sitting here talking to you all, he would think immediately that I was having an affair with you all?
Do you have a tattoo?
I do.
XOXO?
It's just this echo.
Are we going to find any phones at all where somebody is in the phone as a contact of XOXO? What about the old phone? Not the new phone. What is that in reference to?
It's just not a very simple, just echo.
Does he have a tattoo of it too? What did he have to say about it?
Oh, he loved it. I mean, that's why I got it.
How long ago did you get it?
4 years ago, I guess.
Y'all have been pretty bad off for about 10 to 15 years, and it's only gotten worse. It seems odd to me that you would get that tattoo in memory of y'all's joke like 4 years ago. I mean, it's just me being honest.
I got it about the time that we moved into that house. That was our start, our fresh start,
Yeah, you got the house.
Yeah.
You got something to do.
Yeah.
He was trying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was doing a
I mean, we
fantastic job,
agreed
but
that's what we were going to do. This was a new start. This was a new, for us, we're going to make this work. We're going to make this work. For better, for worse, for richer, for poor. I'm not leaving. You're not leaving. This is what we're doing.
have you ever had a physical relationship with anyone other than Garrett since y'all been married? No one that we're going to find in the history of y'all's marriage. I'm talking the whole entire thing. I'm not talking the last 5 years, 10 years, or since I went Rocky. I'm talking forever. Who? So Rusty is his son. Where's Rusty?
He's in Oklahoma.
When was the last time you interacted with Rusty?
Oh, it's been months and months and months.
Okay, but in the last year. So was that physical relationship then in the last year?
Oh,
When was that?
I mean, I ended that.
You said his name. His actual name was Rusty.
Rusty.
When did you end it?
A good while ago.
How long's a good while? It's like years, like
No.
months. It seems like it's been within the last year.
Yeah.
It seems like you have a boyfriend.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I would still talk to him on occasion, but I mean,
When was it physical with y'all?
it's been probably at least a year ago.
You said you hadn't had sex in 4 years. You have diaphragms in your purse.
That diaphragm is not mine. It's shares.
Not the one in your purse.
It is, but that was used strictly for
The one in the car is yours.
the one in the car.
The ones in your purses, you told me
It's
those
not
are used to.
diaphragm. It's used for menstrual cycle.
And when we go get Rusty's DNA, where are we going to find it?
And nowhere in my car.
Anywhere in your house?
No,
Where did y'all have your relationship a year ago?
up in Tennessee when I was military.
You were in Tennessee a month ago.
I know. We do.
June, I think I saw. Did you see him then? Y'all talk?
Yeah, I mean, I still talk to him.
Did you talk to him on that phone? When I find him and he gives me your phone number, what number is he going to give me?
That one that you got.
You talked to him on the same phone your husband has the phone call access to?
No, he does not have access to that one. After all that shut down.
Do you have access to his phone records at all? So he doesn't have access to yours. You don't have access to his. When did he lose access to your phone records?
Lesson.
Who do you have as a carrier now?
It's smart.
Smart Talk's that like Straight Talk different?
Yeah, like straight talk. But yeah, straight talk.
You just pay for it yourself with your debit card?
I mean, he knows about it. He knows it's straight talk. He knows it,
What, and this other phone, and like I said,
Look.
because you told me you hadn't had sex in 4 years. Now we're back down to a year. That's why I'm not trying to. I'm trying to preface it by saying I actually don't. I'm after the truth because the truth helps us paint a better picture, and the lies that we're going to uncover make it more difficult to piece together. And our goal is to find out what happened. And I have a lot more information than I am willing to say right now. Because I've been involved with this the entire time.
But
There's this phone. Where's the phone?
Sherry's got it.
Is it the phone that you actually used for a while? It seems like that's the one you used to probably talk to her and probably talk to your boyfriend. You didn't talk to your kids on it.
No.
So
And I talked to the attorney who was You know, and he basically told me, he said, look,
I actually think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Like I'm telling you, I think it's a good idea, which is why I don't want you to lie about something that I actually think is a good idea to have.
well, he
So
suggested
when was the
that-
last time you had this phone?
I have no idea. I mean, it's been a while. I mean, there was no reason to.
And Sherry's got it now.
Yeah.
Did it have the same number the whole time? Because you're going to know if it had the same number or jumped around.
I don't know.
Who'd you use it to talk to?
It to her and to the attorney.
And where is Sherry Cooper living now?
I don't know where she is right now. She's traveling with her son Blake, who is in Africa.
Okay.
They were shooting a movie.
What movie?
I don't know the name of it.
What did she work when she was here? About how old is she? Do you know her birthday? That's stretching it a little bit. Early 50s. Sherry Cooper. About how tall is she? Are you on Facebook at all or anything? Friends with her on Facebook? Anything like that? Okay, so you are on. So you got a Facebook. Is it your actual name? Like Melly Farris? Oh, what's your middle name? I'm so sorry. Walker. Okay. So full name is Sherry's a friend.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can maybe find her from there.
Yeah.
And she has this phone. And there's no other phone.
I don't know whether she still has it or not. I don't know.
Okay. And how long ago did you give it to her?
I guess I don't know. It's been long.
Like 6 months or like 3 years?
Somewhere in between. I was trying to say if I still had it when Emily got married
When we,
or not.
okay, and Emily got married a year ago, right?
2 years
And
ago.
2 years ago in July? So Rusty, your only boyfriend. I know we were talking about boyfriends and you said you didn't have any, you had sex in 4 years, and that's why I'm pointing it out. We've now gone back to a year and you did have a boyfriend. What other ones are we going to find? Literally the one and only. There's going to be no other evidence or anything we're going to find that points us to another boyfriend.
He's not coming to my home. I mean,
Has Roy ever been to your home?
No.
Have you ever invited him in?
No.
Have you ever seen him at your house?
No.
Has he ever wanted to come to your house?
No. Yeah, and that's what I said. This has got to stop. This is, this has gotten out of control, out of whatever.
When did you cut it off? Or did he cut it off?
No, it was a mutual decision.
Well, just because what mutual decisions have reasons.
This is just not going to work.
Is that what the straight talk cards are for?
No,
So you can talk to him?
that's from my mother's phone and from my phone.
Okay. For your the phone that you gave to us, and thank you so much for that. Essentially, so, and when I say we're going to go back, and we have to look at everything, obviously, I think you understand that. I think you understand we have to do as good of a job as we can possibly do, and we have to look at absolutely everything we possibly can do. And the last thing I want there to be is us to find you had another boyfriend, and then we can't find his whereabouts or something like that. So there's no other boyfriends. Rusty, and what's Rusty's last name? Same as the guy on the car. Same as it's because it's Roy's son.
Right.
How old is Rusty? Okay, 64, and he lives. All right, do you know how to spell that? How do you spell that?
TULLAHOMA.
Yeah, I never would have got that right.
Well, my grandparents lived.
Does he work up there?
That's Tullahoma, Tennessee.
Does he work up there? And y'all broke it off. Y'all last had sex about a year ago, and y'all broke it off about how long after that?
That was it.
And how long had the affair been going on for?
We didn't see each other on a regular basis.
So it was on again, off. You know.
On again, off again. When I would go there and take care of my Jane or something like that. Like I said, I've known him 40 years.
That's what I said. How long ago did y'all first have a relationship?
It was after his day, I guess.
How long was that?
4 years.
Okay, so between 4 years and 1 year.
Yeah, but it didn't even start again. I mean, it was one of those that started out as,
Is he just a family friend, or is he related?
No, his dad.
Roy.
Yes, and my cousin were married to each other.
Okay, and then Roy passed away from Parkinson's at about 8. That's whose car, but the car for sure hasn't been used in like 4 years. Like you didn't even know you had it. Because those are easy records to get. I just want to make sure we're not going to find where that car's
I mean,
being
I
used
don't know
around here.
I don't know that somebody's using them, but I have not.
You haven't.
I have not
Okay.
used them.
And are you on any other like social media apps or anything other than, are you just Facebook, Kik, WhatsApp, Tinder, any?
No, and I don't really know how to use Facebook. I know how to log on, look at everybody else's stuff, but I don't know how to add stuff. Sherry had put some pictures of us when we went hiking on it, and then Amanda had put a couple of things on it. Just picture of,
Do you do Instagram, Pinterest?
Pinterest,
What kind of stuff do you look at on the internet?
Google, whatever.
What kind of stuff do you look at? Because I look up what I'm interested in, video games.
Oh, no.
95% of my search history has to do with video
You know,
games.
what medicine, where am I, legal, just any and everything. I mean, nothing specific. Pinterest is strictly, nowadays weddings and, all that kind of stuff.
Have you been at? Okay. And so we're not gonna find any other boyfriend And there's no boyfriend that could have a reason that they would want to.
No.
Obviously, you have pointed out Chris as somebody who may have some reason to want to do something. But there's no boyfriends that could have gotten jealousy's a heck of a thing. So there is no boyfriends.
No.
You had a relationship with Ted many, many, many years ago. Was that physical as well?
No.
That was never physical. So the sole two people you have had sex with, how long have you been married?
30, almost 39.
So in 39 years, you have only had a physical relationship with Gary and with Rusty. There's nobody else. Have you had almost an emotional connection, or is there another man that you talk to a lot or frequently?
No.
Has anybody been pursuing you? Because the one thing is for sure is it's not a secret. You and Gary don't have the best relationship. I think everybody, it's just not a secret. So is there anybody that was pursuing you?
No.
In any way, shape, or
No.
form that we're going to find?
No. I mean, the other day I talked to Terry Braswell, who lives down the road from me, that Ella, my granddaughter, was his daughter.
Mhm.
And so, you know.
Well, is he coming on to you or anything?
No, gosh, no. No. I mean, it was strictly, Ella was with actually his ex-wife, and she just recently got into jail.
Mhm.
And I called him about, hey, where are they? What are they doing? Do you think it's okay for them to be? You know,
And do you call him normally?
just when the girls are in town, Ella had been
Okay.
here for 2 weeks. Not long ago.
And what is his name?
Terry Braswell.
Harry Bradman. He just lives down the street.
Well, actually, if you go.
So we're not going to find real like talk all the time or
Okay.
anything like that. And we can see that it's realistically only when they're in town.
Yeah, I mean, he will occasionally call, just, is it raining on top of the hill? He does a lot of horse arenas and that kind of stuff. And I had talked to him about coming in and let one hours up and putting some few, horns and stuff in it. But, nothing.
And on the night of the 3rd, nothing out of the ordinary.
Like I said, chasing horses and.
Well, what transpired is not something that would have been quick. It's not something that would have happened in an hour. It's something that would have happened for several. It's something that would have taken time. It's something that there, unfortunately, is just not a single, and it's done. It's not.
I would never.
I didn't ask that. What I'm asking is, you were at the house. There is a lot of evidence that was collected in the house. There's a lot of evidence that we collected out back. We have a forensic anthropologist who was one of the only ones in the state of Georgia out there with us that night. That we were out there. I know how long it would have taken. It's not an instant thing. Something that took time.
I know nothing. I can tell you.
Well, and I'm not saying, walk me through. You put the horses up. You were back inside. You looked out at the fire, even from your patio.
Yeah, I mean, it was just.
You saw nothing. It was not unusual.
There's nothing unusual about it. The woods are not on fire. That was it.
Okay, how many times do you think you checked on it? 2, 3, 4?
I don't know. I mean, I popped an apple PM because I had a horrible headache and, it wasn't enough to knock me out.
And did you, after Chris
But
left?
then Scott called me at about 6:30 that morning that he was coming over to get about 6:30.
He did. He did. He went and got past one like golf. So that night, did anyone come over?
Yeah.
When we look at cell phone records in that area, there's nobody that we're going to find that you communicated with, knew about, or anything. And so I'm not, again, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not accusing you of anything. What I'm saying is that there's things in the house that somebody in the house would have realized something was going on. This is not a quiet incident. This is not an incident that would have happened in a few moments. It's not an incident where you would have gone chase the horse for a little while, come back, and it would have been over. This took time. There was something that went on. Like I said, if there's a potentially jealous boyfriend we need to know about, now is the time.
No, seriously, it's not. I mean, the only thing that I know of that's out of it.
And I'd be ventured to say that this is not something that one person could have done. Very possibly not. Seems like kind of a. That's why I'm just. It's not. It's just.
I mean, the only thing that I know of that's out of whatever was there was a plate that I put in Gary's garbage can that I picked up all the pieces. Scott was there when I threw it, and Gary was not.
When did you throw the plate? Is that the plate that's in the trash in the downstairs?
In the basement?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Why'd you throw it?
Because Gary had left a ton of plates, and Scott, he had spilled them out in Dew, and Scott was outside raising hell. And
When was that?
with me, that may have been Monday night. But Gary was over at the barn at that time. And Scott was, are you not preparing dinner? Are you not doing this? Are you not doing that? And I just dropped it down on the concrete.
In the office?
No, it was outside.
Outside? Where?
On that area right outside his office.
Like outside. Not like outside the office, but like outside.
Outside.
Okay. By like the hot tub?
Like to his office side of the project.
Okay. So if you walk out that door,
Yeah.
that's where the
It is
plate
obvious.
broke.
I mean, I just went, bam, I mean, and dropped it. Of course, it went everywhere.
And who was there when that happened?
So,
Just you and Scott.
yeah.
And what day was that on?
I think it was my, I'm sure. And then there's a broken plate in my garbage in the garage because I had fixed chicken salad. Went out to go get a bottle of water, which I had to open up the container, set it on the top of the car, and it just slid off.
Okay. How did y'all clean up the plate? Or who cleaned it up?
I didn't, I just picked it up in his garbage.
Oh, just by yourself?
Yeah. I mean, well,
Did you, because there's like, I didn't see any broken anything out there.
oh, I just picked up all the pieces and stuff.
Even the little ones? Did you
Yeah.
vacuum it? Is there a pressure washer out there or anything?
No, I mean,
Just by hand, you were able to actually pick it all up?
Yeah, I mean, it just broke up into pieces. They're all out there in the garbage.
Okay.
And I just picked them up, cut my finger when I did it. And
Did you bleed? Did you still have a cut on your finger from it? Were you, that doesn't look like it
Well,
would be bleeding a whole lot.
No.
So it didn't bleed much? It's not like
No.
dripping blood or anything?
No.
Because that looks like just almost like a little.
I mean, it's just, yeah, I mean, it's,
Wasn't, but I mean, you weren't bleeding everywhere.
No.
Or anything.
I was not-
Is there, and let me just ask this, is there any reason your blood would be in the basement?
I don't think so.
I mean, can you think of any time you've cut yourself down there and bled everywhere or anything? Significantly, we're not talking like that little finger
Yeah.
prick. We're talking like drops of blood, like bloody nose level. If you just drops of blood, anything like that.
Now, Motley met Gary, last week, maybe. It was before the kids were over there on the weekend. He had gotten him on the ankle, and that just made him bleed. But it wasn't a bad bite. I mean,
Where'd that happen?
in the kitchen,
What did you do when you got bit?
too bad.
What did you do after you got bit?
He said, "Are you not gonna do anything about that dog?" And I said, "Gary, you stand here yelling at everybody to make the dog not bite."
Did y'all just tend to it in the kitchen, throw a Band-Aid on it?
I mean, I didn't.
Well, what'd he do after you got bit?
He just kept walking.
I mean, but he wasn't bleeding everywhere though.
No. But, I mean, and I really did not think that he had broken the skin on it until Sunday when we were at Jeff Christopher's and he had on shorts and just loafers. And then said something about, what happened to your ankle? He said, Molly didn't.
Okay, but it was not like significant. Like he wasn't obviously bleeding all over the kitchen
No.
floor or something significant like
No.
that. And the whole time, because when I say it took obviously you saw this thing at his fault.
I saw when Scott pointed it out to me.
What did you think of that?
I honestly took off and ran from Scott. I mean, I honestly thought it was that,
Because you're the one who first saw it.
Scott and I were together, me and Scott and Amanda were there.
But you're the one who said, hey, did y'all throw a goat
I
on the
did.
fire? Y'all normally throw goats on the fire?
Scott has in the past, yes.
How long ago did he throw a gun in the fire?
Oh, I have no idea.
How many times has that happened?
Don't know what it is. I mean, we've had several boats die, and I just know that, he has been known to do that.
What would you say if I asked Scott directly that question and he told me he has never thrown a goat in the fire and he has always buried them on the property?
I do want.
Why would Scott lie about that or something like that?
Because I know for a fact he has. I know
How do you know that for a fact? Just out of curiosity.
because he told me he has.
Have you ever seen a goat back there?
Yeah, I've known when he started a burn pile and burn one.
How did he burn them?
Just throw it on the burn pile and burn it.
Bodies don't burn like that. You don't burn up bodies. You just don't throw them on a burn pile. That's unusual.
The
The
last
amount of
one-
effort needed to burn a body is significant. So,
One of that I would know. I mean, that was just, I know that he burned one.
well, okay, I'm telling you, bodies just don't burn in fires. They just don't go away.
We're all water. You can't burn water.
The incinerators are designed to burn for a very long time at an exceedingly high heat that is not reaching a regular bonfire. It's not reaching a brush fire. It's barely reaching. It's not even really reaching a house fire. House fires where houses collapse on people, we still find more of those people than we did for husband.
Okay, then how did he burn?
It was outside your bedroom window. I was hoping maybe you could shed some light on it.
All I saw was the, I never went down there. I mean, when we were all down there the other day, I mean, everybody, me and Amanda, Scott, and Chris, even, Addison and Cameron, I think we were all circling around.
Mhm.
Scott actually, when we were discussing that about the goat, I said, do we have a goat that died? Did you put one on the burn pile? And, did your daddy put one on? Whatever, because all I saw was two legs, what I thought was two legs sticking up. That was what I saw. But then Scott immediately picked up something and turned it over. And he's like, this is the start. That's all he said. And I never could tell him it was, that's what it was.
We'll be able to look and find out if there's any evidence of an animal ever being there. That'll be relatively easy to figure out. It's not the way.
I don't know.
Not really the way you
I don't
dispose
know
of
if
animal
it's not burned
remains.
on that burn pile, because we did have one over closer to the barn.
You've never seen an animal on fire.
No.
You've never seen an animal carcass on a fire pit.
Yeah, I know. that-
So you only know for a fact because he says he burns them?
Because I know that he did more. And that's been a while ago. And I said, what'd you do with that goat? He said, well, I just put it on burn pile. Okay, but now he's done several, what they call a European mount, and I never knew how he did those.
So that fire had to be tended to for a while.
I just told Gary, I said, you've got to get it off.
Someone had to go back.
And do what?
Keep it burning.
I did not do it. I did not do it.
I'll stretch if you need to. Based upon the link of the video, what I'm trying to do is I want us to get to where we have about, if we can go about, is there dead time at the end of it, or is it the full?
No.
Okay, so I'd like for us to go about 30 more minutes, and then that gives us 2.5 hours left on the video, which will be tomorrow morning. All right. So if y'all, and then we'll break in 30 minutes. All right.
We had, like I said, there was fencing and boards and all kinds of.
Woefully insufficient for the type of heat and the amount of
Somebody need a break?
burn and everything else.
All right. We'll take it.
Let's try to keep it at 5 minutes. If someone needs to take a break, go ahead. That's all right. It's okay. I understand. About 45 minutes to an hour, right? Well, we'll shoot for 30 minutes. We'll go for 30 minutes.
Might want to back up to where you were. Just a hair. Just a
Can you tell me about the blood in that?
There you go. Well, I think that,
Those
No,
are
because
animal
it's not
remains.
burned on that burn pile, because we did have one over closer to the barn.
I think that skipped ahead.
You've never seen an
Did it?
animal on fire.
No.
You've never seen an animal carcass on a fire pit.
Yeah, I know. that-
So you only know for a fact because he says he burns them?
Because I know that he did more. And that's been a while ago. And and I said something about, well, she knew that goes, so I just put it on the top. Okay, but now he's done several, what they call a European mount, and I never knew how he did those.
So that fire had to be tended to for a while.
I just told Gary, I said, you got to keep it on.
Someone had to go back repeatedly.
And he went.
Keep it burning.
I did not do it. I did not do it. I mean, when I tell you that fire was massive, it was massive. And he had, but like I said, there was fencing and boards and all kinds of.
Woefully insufficient for the type of heat and the amount of burn and everything else about it. Woefully insufficient.
That's all. That's all. That's all I know that was on. I know that
What can you tell me about the blood in that? What can you tell me about the blood we found?
I did not know that there was any blood. I mean, how much blood are we talking?
We found blood. Do you know anything about the blood?
I didn't know anything about it. Nothing.
And the entire time you were there, because this is where, and see if this makes sense to you, and I'll let you try to explain how this could happen. Something happened to him. How did he die?
I didn't know.
You were told. You were told how he died, weren't you? What happened?
Well, we just assumed, and then Scott said, this is human remains on the site.
Have you been told how he died, what we found?
He told me that there was a shot or whatever blood in the rib.
Okay, so what does that indicate to you?
A gunshot.
Okay.
I mean, it's like, I told Amanda last night, we told her last night. That's when I found out about it, was when we came here. And it was like, how you wrap your head around this? I mean, I'm thinking you just got caught in a fire.
That's what we have is gunshot wound. Burned up body. All of which took a long period of time. And you were the only person at the house. So that's why I was hoping. I know you keep saying you don't know anything and you didn't do it, and you keep saying that.
I did not.
But the problem is there's almost no way in this world that you didn't see something, hear something, or know something, and someone is shot, moved, and burned, and burned, and burned, and burned 30 feet from your bedroom window.
I did not go down.
Gary was a big man.
He was with me.
No single person is moving Gary on their own,
No.
on their own human power.
No.
So there's two ways that Gary got to that fire. Multiple people or heavy equipment.
Maybe a combination of both.
I don't know.
Where'd you find the Komodo?
Do I?
The Komodo when you found it? Where was it?
Yeah, it's off.
Kubota.
Kubota?
Yeah. No, are we talking about the tractor or the RTV?
RTV.
Okay, sorry.
It was down by his office.
You told Scott the other day that you moved it from somewhere. Where did you move it from?
It was down by his office. And then I moved it to go get the horses and whatever, and then I took it back to the barn that night. Parked it, or we parked it over there.
Parked it. Where?
Over.
So the night of the 3rd, you were driving it.
Yeah.
You were driving it when you're saying that is the time frame that something could have happened to him.
Because I was out there
What if-
horses and stuff, because I went to a shop.
So there's no way we're going to find evidence that somebody utilized that to move anything, touch anything, or drive around it that had blood on
No,
it.
no, because I went and got it the 4th of July that morning at the barn, brought it back,
Why was it at the barn on the 4th of July?
because I had taken it and parked it the night before,
Why did you park it at the barn the night before?
because that's where we always park it.
Quite simply, not what everyone else has said.
That's where
That's
we
not the Komodo, the tractor.
No, the RTV.
The RTV is not parked way over there. Gary would not have walked all the way over to there to get it. He kept it where he was. He kept it close. He didn't like walking. It was too much energy.
Scott always kept it in the barn. Always kept it in the barn. And yeah, I did. I took it from the house and I went and parked it back in the barn where it always goes.
Where is it parked over there?
It's usually in the shed on the left. You're looking at the shed,
Mhm.
the left, in that first stall right there. But I didn't put it in the stall that night because the ducks were up there. I just left it out in the driveway. I mean, up in front of the barn. parked right up here.
What day was that?
That was on Tuesday night,
And you just walked all the way back in the
and I
dark.
walked all the way back.
Was the fire going?
Yeah.
The tractor. When was the last time you drove the tractor?
We took it and moved a bunch of stuff over there at the house behind there.
When was that? And we being,
Oh, I don't know.
we being who?
Me and Scott and Harry and all of us.
How long ago was that? Days, weeks, months?
I don't know. We did all that work up there underneath the trees for the dogs to bury. We did all that. And then he had it over there, somebody had it over there the weekend, if the kids were there, and I took it and moved it.
Times, something, days,
It was the weekend the kids were there,
weekend of which kids were there?
the weekend before the 4th of July.
So the barbecue time,
Yeah.
birthday, barbecue.
Yeah.
So you moved the tractor. That was the last time that you moved it. Where'd you park it?
Time I remember being, yeah,
Where'd you park it?
oh, back at the barn,
Where precisely back in the barn?
under the shed, where we always park.
Under the shed.
Yeah.
And that was barbecue weekend. Have you seen anybody driving it around since then? I think
Oh,
that's not quiet. Have you heard it? Have
No.
you seen it
Harry and Scott both did it.
since the barbecue weekend? And that was the weekend, because obviously we're about to start a week. It was last weekend,
Last weekend.
within the last 7 days.
Yeah.
And that's when you parked it underneath the shed back there. What have you seen the two of them doing with it?
They aerated all the pastures.
Okay.
But then Gary did the riding arena.
Mhm.
He took the rake
Mhm.
and did it, but I don't
Okay.
know when that was. But I thought that Scott had aerated because we overseeded a bunch of stuff. And he put fertilizer down, but Scott brought it over to the house. The aerator on it recently in the backyard. And we put fresh seed in it.
Did you drive it on the third at all?
No.
Did you see anyone driving it on the third?
No.
Did you ever hear it on the third? Because that thing's loud. It's not, it's not quiet.
No, but I'm so used to hearing it that, you know. I don't know whether Gary brought it that day or not. I honestly don't know. Like I said.
When was the last time you saw Gary on the third?
When we were discussing dinner.
What time was that?
It was after Christmas Eve.
Was that after he started the fire?
Yeah.
Where was that conversation at?
In the kitchen.
Was he going back out to the fire?
Yeah. And he was still dressed.
What was he wearing?
Shorts and t-shirt.
Is that what he was? Did he change?
I don't know. I mean, that's what he had on, because he had gone back up. We had planted, he had pulled up some shrubs that were right outside his office. And he planted some new ones, and we still got the tags on them. And he had pulled up some azaleas from there. And he was planting them on his front entrance.
Was it dark?
He planted those after Christmas.
Was it dark? Or just a light or dusk?
I don't know.
Y'all were discussing dinner. What time do you normally eat?
Anywhere from 6 to 10. But it was,
Did you make dinner for him that night?
Yeah. I said, Gary, I'm not cooking. It's just, us. I got plenty of food in the refrigerator. I'm gonna eat chicken salad. You eat whatever you want to. And I did. I fixed the chicken, I fixed a plate of it. Walked out, set it on the, vehicle, get slid off. I went in, just, scooped it up. Put it back in the garbage can. And went in, just put this more.
Did you clean the floor because it fell off of the car?
Yeah.
In the garage.
Yeah.
Did you sweep?
Yeah.
Or vacuum?
No, I just gathered, it was just the edge of the plate broken off. I just fixed it all up, and then we got paper towel, and, cleaner, and cleaned that spot, by the refrigerator.
By the time did you realize the horses were out? Was it dark or still daylight?
Rebel had gotten out, it was getting dark, so that had to have been, by the time it got dark, 8:30 or so. But Gary also said, did you realize the chickens are out of the house? And I said, no, I guess Abby left. Chicken coop, and I went outside and, chickens were going back to roost anyway, so I didn't have any trouble getting them out. And then that's when I realized the Rebel was out. So I just went and got him, he's no problem to put back, but then everybody was shooting fireworks. And so-
On the third? Okay.
Yeah. It was worse that night than it was the night before.
So the night of the third, you were driving around the Komoda the ATV, or the what are we calling it?
The RV.
RTV. You were driving around that to go and do all these things.
Right.
And the night of the 3rd, where did you leave it?
At the morning.
When did,
Because I talked to Scott.
when did you
And
go
I
get it?
called him and asked him what time he was going to leave late.
When did you go get the Komodo? Or how did it leave the barn again?
I went and got it the next morning.
After you gave him the debit card to Scott?
Yeah.
And you walked over there and picked it up again?
Uh-huh.
Why'd you pick it up?
Just to have it to, you know, do the chores or do whatever. I had the blower, that I went to blow everything off, just my morning natural routine, you know, blow everything off, you know, feed the chickens, do.
Where was the tractor parked when you went and got it?
I didn't go to the tractor.
Oh, sorry, you went and got the ATV. Did you see
I
the
didn't go to
tractor?
RTV. No, because it's parked, I mean, I didn't go to the back of the shed,
Because you had parked it in front.
the RTV.
So,
I just walked over there, got it, got the bottle and stuff to fix up for the baby goat.
so it's dark. It's getting to be dark, dinner time, dark, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, when you and him are talking on the 3rd
Right.
about
Dinner.
dinner. And I know you said the tractor is something you would maybe not have heard. So if we find evidence of anything on the ATV or the tractor that we can relate back to him being in the state that he was in,
I did not see him on that tractor. I didn't see him back on the tractor.
but obviously you're in the middle of nowhere. If somebody would have turned that thing on and driven back behind there. Like we said, there's only so many ways that he gets on that fire. Because he didn't fall.
I don't know.
I mean, but you see what I'm saying? Like, you would have heard the ATV, you would have heard the tractor, you would have been aware of that. It's literally directly outside your bedroom. So if somebody would have utilized either of those to put him on the fire, there's no way it would have gotten past you because you were literally on the ATV.
Well-
You were going to the barn.
Yeah, I mean, I took it, parked it over there because I called Scott and said, how much longer are you going to do before you get home?
Mhm.
And I know that, and I told him, I said, look, he said, I'm fixing to leave. Okay, if you've been drinking, do not get on this.
And when I go talk to everyone, that the ATV is always parked at the barn.
Mhm.
And if Gary wants to get on the ATV,
Yeah.
he walks all the way to the barn
He
to
goes
get
to
it,
the barn to get it.
just to get the ATV to run around. He doesn't keep it near the house, he doesn't keep it next to the house.
Not, no. I mean, like on the weekend or something, yeah, he'll ride around on it continuously, all over the property.
Was he riding around on it when he was making the fire?
Yeah, I mean, he's been on it all day long. Because when Chris was there, he rode it over to the barn.
And then brought it back.
But yeah.
Where did he park it when he brought it back?
He'll park it anywhere from the driveway to.
Well, the girls were with him, right? When he was on the ATV, because they went to go look at the baby goats, baby chicks, things like that.
Addison rode with Chris in his car. I walked with the dogs. And Gary rode the RTV.
Okay, so when the RTV, when everyone went back, where did it get left?
I don't know.
When you went out and found it that night to go tend
It
to the
was parked
horses,
down by his office.
it was parked by his office.
Yeah. And I just hopped
And
on
you
it.
went and drove it around, and it was nighttime by then.
Yeah, it was. Or getting dark, you know.
Dusk,
Dark,
nighttime.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing.
And this is after you'd already talked to Gary about dinner,
Yeah,
things like that. Is this after the dish had broken?
yeah. Because I ate earlier, because I had to
Okay.
eat lunch.
So you had had the,
Well,
so
Scott
Chris
and I
had come,
went to
so
church
Chris had come and left.
Yeah.
Gary and you had talked in the kitchen,
I left out the chicken salad and the bread and the tomatoes.
and the chicken salad bowl slid off the car.
Yeah.
Which car did it slide off? I'm so sorry. I'm sure you told me like 5
Off
times.
the Sequoia.
The SUV.
Yeah.
Okay, so it slid off and broke in the garage.
Yeah.
You cleaned that up. After that, you never saw Gary again.
Yeah.
After that is when you saw the ATV down by his office.
Yeah, because when I started realizing that the horses were out and stuff, I went hopped on it because I knew that kitchen was my gate to show you.
Okay. And then you're driving around and you're doing that. How long do you think you did that for? An hour,
It
45
took me
minutes?
A long time to get, because I got
It's
the
a
one.
long time can mean so many different things.
I have no idea.
Are we talking like 20 minutes or like 3 hours?
No. I mean, I rode up front, shut the gate. And
You shut the gate down by the road.
down by the road.
Do y'all lock it?
It has been locked in the past, but I didn't like it that night. I just put, it's got a halter on it. I just,
Okay.
it's basically just shut the gate. It was just
Okay.
to keep the other horse from running out. And I did not realize it, you know, and then I thought, I don't have a lead road. So I took it back to the barn, parked it, got a lead road and walked. And I beat that.
And then that's when you got the horses in.
And I got one of the horses in,
Okay.
and then had to go and get the other one out. So it was, it got outside the gate.
The other horse. Okay, so you get one and then you get the other. And then what did you
Then I
do?
had 3 horses out there. Like, red one, he got up earlier, the old white horse. Got him back. But somebody let, I checked over there was Addison, they left the stall door.
Okay. So get all the horses, ring them up. Oh.
Right.
You drove the ATV to the barn to get the lead rope.
Yeah.
You get the lead rope, you get some feed, you go wrangle up one horse, then you go wrangle up the other horse.
Yeah.
You go back to the ATV or RTV.
Yeah.
Okay, then what you do with RTV?
I took your party back as well.
Or was, wait, I thought you, oh, did you get the lead rope, hop back on the RTV, go get the horses, then you got back on the RTV, you drove it back over there?
Yeah, I brought the horses back to, put them back in the fence, got it all, secured back, had to go back to the RTV. So I left it in the front. Brought it back and parked it in the barn.
And you parked it at the barn, meaning up there by Scott's barn. That's the one we're talking about, right? Kind of in the front gravel area.
Yeah.
It's a really nice area, nice ground lighting up there. So it was parked right there,
Yeah.
obvious, like right.
Oh, yeah, he could have missed the family.
Okay. And that is where it is parked. And if Gary wants it, he walks all the way to get it.
Yeah.
How often does Gary ride around on it?
Every weekend.
If he's doing work, is he on it?
But mostly he'll just ride the property.
Yeah, it seems like it's a fun toy.
Yeah.
If I had 13 acres, I want one too.
Just rides it.
So
And then I went back over there the next morning. I parked it there at the barn.
okay.
And
So if Scott would have come in, there's no way he would have missed it.
And then Scott came, I got everything, made sure everything was locked back at the barn, the dogs, Leroy are locked and everything. Fed that little baby goat, got to fix out a bottle, I did it. And just, I just walked back to the barn. I usually will walk that versus, unless I'm carrying something or got to get there in a hurry or, anything like that.
And the whole time you're doing this, you saw no one else on the property. You saw no unusual activity. You saw no flashlights, no lights,
Yeah.
nothing.
Just fireworks going on.
You get the 3-horse wrangle. If it's dark by then, I assume it's
Oh, yeah.
like pitch black dark because it definitely gets dark
Yeah.
out at your house when you
Yeah,
have lights. So it's absolutely dark by then.
Yeah.
When you park the
Oh,
RTV
yeah.
at the
Because
barn,
Scott-
did you have a flashlight with you? You just walked in the pitch black.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll never carry it.
Okay. And then did you have your phone with you, or do you leave that in the house?
No, I got off and left it. Just because I was out wrangling horses.
Okay. So you walk all the way back.
Yeah.
And by the time when you get back inside, what do you do?
Well, I talked to Scott and asked him what time he was leaving. And he late.
Is that a pretty short conversation?
Yeah, it was basically just like, hey, we're really late. I'm leaving here soon. Thought you were going to be home early, just the usual, And then I walked back to the house, had Lucy and Motley, but then I put food in, went upstairs, got a shower. I did my usual routine, just for whatever, did the last thing of getting sheets on the bed for Ellen and Addie upstairs on the queen bed. Just when the kids were there, I had slept upstairs in that bed, so I finished getting sheets and stuff on that bed upstairs at night. And he come down and brought some stuff, and that's when I saw Scott pulling and saw that he had called, I had this call from him.
And you returned this call.
And I returned it.
And that's when y'all spoke about the
And
fire.
that's when we spoke about the fire.
What was how did that conversation go?
It was just, I see he's got burn marks on. Yep, he did. And it was, I said, are you going back to the lake tomorrow? What are you going to do? What are you, just the usual, He said, I'm going to go play golf. When are you going to go early? Well, it's early. He said, well, leave the door open. No, I'm not leaving the door open. Why do you, I need to get the debit card. Why do you need to get the debit card? Well, nobody, he said, Daddy's cut off the farm card or Scott had maxed out. Because he only puts a certain lot of money on that. And he said, it's not working. Basically, it wasn't working. And I said, well, you Friday night. I think I said something about you didn't talk to your daddy or something. He said, can I just come get the debit card in the morning and give me cash? I said, I guess. I said, but you're not leaving me without my debit card. So he came over there. He called me because I said, I'll be up in the morning. Well, I wasn't. And he called and he said, come over and get the debit card. I said, okay. So I got up and went to the front door, did that, put the dogs out. I sat down on the front porch because he went to Wells Fargo, got money, came back, gave it to me. He went in and got a Red Bull out of the refrigerator, and then he left. But I don't know whether he went back to the barn or I don't know whether he left at that point in time.
Had you gone and got the ATV by then?
No.
Okay.
No. because I can't even see something to eat, and actually might call back in bed for a little while. Watch TV.
So you got the car back before everyone got the RTV to.
Yeah.
So tell me about what happened after he left.
I'd sit there, watch TV for a little bit. You know, fed dog, you know, just the normal, put stuff in the dishwasher.
Did you talk to anybody else on the phone or anything? Okay.
I called Amanda at some point in time to ask her if she was going to Lake Lanier. Still, that was, I don't know, 8:30 or something, maybe.
Mhm.
And I said, look, I've got to get my usual feed chickens, go feed the baby goat, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I walked over to the barn, go feed the baby goat, and feed Luke and Leroy, and put feed out for the other goats inside the barn. And then I brought the RTV back and water plants. It was outside right there by that shed. And left hose pipe running on that tree out there.
Did you ever go near the burn pit? Burn pile? Did you do anything back there that morning?
I mean, by
Was
the
it
time-
still burning?
Yeah, I mean, it was just smoldering.
Mhm.
But, you
But
know,
not like flames?
No, it
So
wasn't.
definitely no flames
No.
on the 4th of July that you ever saw?
No.
Like after you woke up, obviously at 6 a.m.
No, and Scott and I even talked that morning because I said, oh, it smells like burning wood. He said, oh, it'll be smoldering for days. And I said, well, I hope it doesn't get the ground. Like what it
Is that what y'all talked about when he got the car?
And, as a matter of fact, I mean, he walked over there and looked. I mean, you know, he walked out on the deck.
And it was just smoldering at that point?
Yeah, it was just smoldering.
Okay. So on the 4th, the fire was just smoldering?
Yeah, it was just smoldering.
Okay. And you never saw it reigniting with flames or anything like that
No.
after that? You never noticed another flame?
No, I did not notice
Again.
another flame, no. But then, I mean, I fed the chickens up at the house and got them water and did my usual thing, you know, with them. Watered the plants that were up there around the shed and stuff, because the sprinkler system had gone off that morning. And just did that, watered those 2 pipes by the garage door.
Mhm.
And just did my usual watering, you know, just right there in front of the house and stuff. I got the blower and blew off everything. You know, I mean, just basically blew off the driveway down. I mean,
Did you do any cleaning inside the house?
I mean, just my usual pick up, put up.
Did you do any like scrubbing, clean the floors,
No,
clean
I mean,
upstairs, downstairs, clean
No.
toilets, sinks?
No.
Just like tidying up, but not like,
yeah, just the usual,
there's,
make my bed.
so no like
make-
grab Clorox and clean stuff, no grab Windex and wipe down windows, no use whatever, it's Tilex for the toilets or something?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so none of that was on the 4th?
No.
And you didn't clean anything on the 3rd either with that, any of that stuff, right?
I probably cleaned bathrooms on the main level of the house and upstairs, just because everybody's in there. I mean, you know, nothing unusual. I mean, I vacuum and mop very often.
Mhm.
I mean, you do, but everybody comes in and out, of course, everybody in there over the weekend.
What time did you leave to go to the lake?
I honestly do not know.
What time roughly?
I called Amanda. I
Is it,
think,
what can we look at to figure out what time you left? Might be a better way to do it.
I talked to Amanda,
Okay, about the time you left?
you know,
So we could talk to Amanda and figure out kind of what
Yeah.
it was.
to figure out what time it was. I called her because I had called her earlier and we talked and I said, are you still going to Lake Lanier? And she had, and Chad had said, well, why don't you come and go? I said, there's a bunch of stuff here, Ellen and Addie are coming in, you know, there's a ton of stuff here that needs to be done, just the usual, I mean, you know, and it's like, that's all you do is stay there for. And the more I think about it, like, you know, I think I am gonna go. Why not?
Okay, so you talked to her and left.
Talked to her,
Do you know about the time you got there?
and no, because I stopped by Target, because she called.
Which Target did you stop by?
The one on Marketplace Boulevard.
Okay,
And probably the receipt is still in my car,
okay, what'd you buy? That might help us to find the receipt.
folding chair,
Oh, just a folding chair?
folding chair.
Fair enough. I can see how you would want that in the beach.
And, well, she had called and said, look, there's no chairs, we're going back home to get our chairs. Do you have one in the house? No.
So that's why you went by Target. You went, you went to the lake?
Yeah.
And then you came back with Cameron. Did y'all stop anywhere on the way back home? How did it go once y'all got home?
She came in, I mean, we got the suitcase out, and I went to the barn. And actually, that morning, because I had gone and got an RTV, and did my thing at the barn, and then brought it back to the house.
Okay, break for the day. We'll have Plan is to bring luncheon for y'all tomorrow and Thursday, and then we'll see what we're gonna do on Friday. All right? Remember everything I've told y'all so far about not looking up anything about anything or anything else. All right, not to be excused.
You weren't trying to convince her to trust you?
No, ma'am.
Why make that up?
That was something we were regularly told to do. Say that we would be in different places, and then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere that we weren't.
So Jim told you what to say in each of your text messages to Samantha?
Not in each, but it was something he would generally say, tell people that you're going to be traveling for the next 2 weeks. And then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere else.
After you found out that Mindy had passed, you testified to this jury you never got a single document of any sort from the doctors, correct?
That is correct.
You just told this jury that you were a JAG officer, correct? For 10 years.
I was.
You checked every detail, right?
Yes.
Verified everything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't get a single document at any point in any of the time after her death?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Death certificates, 1.68. They're registered with the state of Georgia. You're aware of that, right?
I am.
You never got a single copy of a document from a courthouse?
No, ma'am. I asked about it once and I should have followed up, but I did not.
You yourself as an attorney never got a single document.
No, ma'am. I didn't have any reason to have a document, and so I failed to follow up on it.
You were on trial for murder, correct?
Ma'am, I was not.
In anticipation of today, in your testimony, you knew you were on trial for murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't bring a single court document with you.
Well, ma'am, I believe the testimony is fairly clear that I was lied to about Mindy's death and that I did not have a document because there were no documents.
You worked for APIS Security, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
No W-2, right?
At some point I saw W-2, but
But you didn't bring one.
no, ma'am. I believe there was one in Discovery, but I don't recall.
You do. You believe there was one in Discovery?
I believe so, ma'am.
Can you tell us what document that was?
I can't recall. I believe it was a tax document.
Was there a W-4?
I don't recall. I'm not sure what a W-4 is, ma'am.
An I-9?
No, ma'am.
No tax documents?
No. I-9s are for immigration, proving that you're a citizen. So
What about tax records? You got paid, right?
it was paid into a trust, ma'am.
So you have zero records reflecting being paid by APIS Security, correct?
Well, I have the records that you provided to me during Discovery, but
1.84. You provided Samantha with an employment verification, correct?
yes, ma'am.
You indicated you worked for them February 12th, 2018 to present. That was January 12th of 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never got a single paycheck?
Not paid to me, no.
So for 5 years, you worked for a company and got zero money handed to you.
Handed to me, yes, ma'am.
You opened a bank account, correct?
I've opened. Can you be more specific, ma'am?
You opened Renaissance bank account, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the account we saw the records for, ending in 141, right?
I don't know the number, but I believe so.
You signed it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went into the bank, right?
No, ma'am.
So that's not your physical signature on there.
It is my physical signature. I believe it was scanned and emailed.
It's your testimony you opened a bank account without going into the bank?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You provided Samantha with a driver's license, right?
With a photograph of one, yes.
1.86. This is the license you sent her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the jury.
No, I am not about to watch him. I am not about to watch him. Y'all ain't even got to worry about it. It ain't even going down. Okay. Nope. We will not be watching no old Nick sitting up there fascinating about some old Jim. He's such a mess. He's so goofy. Let's see. Okay, so what we got going on? Give me 1 second. I'm trying to see what we got for the schedule tomorrow. I'm just looking to see what we have on our schedule tomorrow. So I guess we will be doing day 13 of the Melody Ferris wheel trial tomorrow. We'll go in the courtroom for day 13. I don't know what may come up overnight. I will watch and see if I see anything that comes up overnight. So day 13. Tomorrow. It seems like we've been watching this case all month long. Like now I'm ready for it to be over with. Like it was good to it's not good. Like, I don't know. It was good to it's not good. I think it's 13 out of 18, Beezy. Yeah, I heard it was 18. So cool. That's gonna be our plan for tomorrow. I will start us later in the day, 8 o'clock my time, 7 o'clock Cali time, which will be 10 o'clock East Coast, 9 o'clock Central. I think no, yeah, I don't know, 9 o'clock Central, I guess maybe. And we'll kind of go for that time frame. Unless I see something else that comes up that we need to cover. Right now, I don't see anything. I just wanted to make sure I didn't see anything on law and crime as far as a live being scheduled for tomorrow. I don't see any lives on their thing for tomorrow. I see they got this parents executed sentencing with Utah versus Maya Bailey. We didn't cover that trial. I have no clue what that's about, but just in case. I don't know if y'all still want to be online. Let me see who's online. Would any of y'all like to go over? Kat is currently covering the Courtney Clemming motions hearing that happened today. I know we did not cover it. I do plan on covering the trial. If you guys want, I can see if I can get us redirected over there. Do y'all want to go raid her chat and watch some of this Courtney Clemming debacle of a mess? The girl been in jail forever. And I do mean jail forever. Let me see. Okay. Let me see if I can get therapists. I got to ask her to teach me how to do it. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can figure out how to do this. Okay. Let me get us over there. Give me 1 second, guys, and I'll redirect us over there. Or at least try to redirect us over there. Stream settings. Okay. Good night, Tanya. Have a good one. Okay, live. Permissions. Hold on 1 second here. All I want for Christmas. You say you'll see yourself. Don't see yourself to the corner. We don't want to do that.
When SweetP taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Aurelia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping SweetP backstage, making every stream last. And Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Till he burns the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up for family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. In Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A Courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial.